that rattled the world's most powerful nation, a victorious Donald Trump returning to the White House with the promise of radical change. Hello and welcome to France 24's Inauguration Day coverage. I'm François Picard. As you can see, the high and mighty entering the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. Yes, the sun is shining on a bitter cold Washington, D.C. Monday. Cold enough to force the ceremony indoors. That's a first since 1989. With our team in the U.S. Capitol, Catherine Norris-Trent, Fraser Jackson, Douglas Herbert, we are with you throughout during this ceremony. And yeah, braving the cold with Trump supporters who've come from across the United States is France 24 senior correspondent Catherine Norris-Trent. Catherine, tell us where you are. Okay, let's cross now to Douglas Herbert. Doug, the inauguration is about to get underway. We just saw Joe Biden and Donald Trump together make that limousine ride up Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House.
Yeah, and Francois, let's take the reality check for our viewers watching around the world. That togetherness, that picture, that photo op we saw a short while ago was something that Americans and much of the world were deprived of 4 years ago because we did not have that ritualistic, peaceful transfer of power. This is a reverting to what has been American tradition for over 200 years. So right now what we are seeing today is, in a sense, a return to normal, but also back to a future that no one can predict, because we are also seeing the opening chapter in the next hour or so in what has been described here, Francois, in the Capitol and across the country as perhaps the most improbable political comeback in American history. And to be sure, what we're seeing today is a comeback, is a return to the White House. People have called it Trump 2.0. But for his supporters, the people we were speaking to yesterday, earlier today, out across Washington, out in the Capital One Arena, to watch on the Jumbotron, big screens, for them, he never really left the presidency. He has been their president all along. In a sense, this is his righteous third term as president. So we have right now at this ceremony today, Francois, as you open up this special report for our viewers around the world, we have a ceremony that is being viewed through very, very different optics.
Very different.
Depending on which side of that political chasm you stand in America today.
And we just saw inside the Capitol Rotunda nominees for Trump's cabinet. Let's cross to France 24 Washington correspondent Fraser Jackson. Fraser, you could have 250,000 people if you were on the mall outside the Capitol, but because of the cold, it's limited to 600 indoors.
Yeah, a significantly smaller guest list than was expected at this inauguration ceremony. And it's a real mixed bag, really. Of course, Donald Trump there surrounded by his family, surrounded by former presidents, including Barack Obama, notably Michelle Obama, not here today. She also wasn't present at the funeral of Jimmy Carter just a couple of weeks ago. George W. Bush is there as well in attendance. Joe Biden, of course, in attendance. And otherwise, a real mix of eclectic characters. We've got the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, there. We've also seen the content creators Jake Paul and Logan Paul, and his podcast host Joe Rogan. Of course, that Rogan podcast, a pivotal moment of Trump's campaign. They are both there, as is the boxer Conor McGregor, who was adjudicated as having sexually assaulted a woman just a few months ago. So a real eclectic and controversial mix, some may say. We also, though, are seeing, more importantly, the billionaire class that are surrounding Donald Trump at the moment. We are hearing Mark Zuckerberg is there in attendance, as is Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, as well as Elon Musk, of course, who has become so close to Donald Trump over the last few months. Notably, also the CEOs of TikTok and also Apple are in that room. I spoke to one very prominent Democratic lawmaker on my way to the Capitol today, and they said that Donald Trump had surrounded himself with billionaires and oligarchs, and that gives you a real insight into how the Democratic lawmakers are feeling who are in attendance of the this ceremony. Notably, though, also there, Mike Pence, Donald Trump's former vice president, who his supporters had chanted "Hang Mike Pence" just 4 years ago on the very lawn of this building, now in attendance, although not a guest of the Trump committee, but rather the congressional committee that's organized this inauguration.
The inauguration organized by a bipartisan committee. That's also a tradition. You just saw the 9 Supreme Court justices who are entering the rotunda of the U.S. Capitol. It'll be the Chief Justice, John Roberts, who swears in the President of the United States later this hour. Here in the studio with France 24's former White House correspondent, Ketevan Gorjestani.
Hey, Francois.
Enjoying the climate-controlled atmosphere that we have indoors. With us as well, he's a former New York correspondent for French newspaper Libération, Fabrice Rousselot, professor at Sciences Po, co-founder of The Conversation France.
Good evening.
Good to see you. Good afternoon, good evening. With us as well, Olivier Burtin, associate professor in U.S. history and civilization at the University de Picardie in the north of France. How are you?
That's right. How are you?
All right. With us, an American in Paris who voted for the first time. Donna Ghosh, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Ketevan Gorjestani, we're looking at those live images of those entering indoors, very different from 4 years ago.
Absolutely. We're not going to be seeing those scenes of them all, even though 4 years ago it was also very different because you didn't have those tens of thousands of people because it was still the COVID pandemic. So it was outdoors, but it was also very different. This time around, we'll be inside the rotunda. You see those images there. These are the sort of the political figures, the VIPs, the incoming cabinet that we saw earlier. And there will be 20,000 very happy Trump supporters who will be able to follow the inauguration from Capital One Arena, which is a sports arena in Washington.
And I believe we can go to Catherine Norris-Trent, who's tracking the lucky few, I guess you could say, of those 20,000 who get a ticket inside.
Hi, Francois. Yes, I am. I'm not far from the Capital One Arena. Until just a few minutes ago, these lines here of barriers were absolutely full of thousands and thousands of Trump supporters who'd been queuing up since the early morning to try and get inside. There's a couple of people coming past right now. I'm going to try and grab a couple of them. But a lot of people very excited. It's been a bit of a festive atmosphere down here. I've asked people if they were disappointed not to go onto the mall and have the traditional inauguration day, and people, were pretty happy to be here from all across the United States. Let's try and have a word with some of these people coming through now. Hi, where are you guys from? Oh, you're press. Oh, you're press. No, look. So, hi, where are you from, sir?
Korea.
From Korea?
Yes.
And you came over today for the inauguration?
Oh, yes.
No, you live over here?
Yes. Oh, no.
You came from Korea for the inauguration. Why?
Oh, because I love him.
Huh?
That's it.
You love Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
I love Trump. Because he's a strong man. We got to bring up all the dignity of America, So it's crazy. And outside of all the countries, it's very, very crazy because they don't respect America anymore. So I think he can make it there. That's what I hope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, have a good day, sir. I hope you get inside the arena. So actually that man there had come across with his wife from Korea. Mainly the people we've been speaking to are from inside the United States. People from the West Coast, from Washington State, from Las Vegas, from Arizona, from Michigan, some of those really key swing states that Donald Trump managed to take in the election. People coming here today happy, but also there's been a feeling of a bit of revenge, that they are back in Washington DC now, and this time taking the presidency. And so, for example, ma'am, where are you from?
I'm from Brazil.
You're from Brazil?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're getting the international visitors coming in. Why have you come to see, or to try and see Donald Trump today?
I love the Trump and expectative mess me.
Okay, have a great day, ma'am. Have a really nice day. Nice to speak to you. We've got some people, there have been people with very young children, despite the freezing temperatures, -8 degrees. Where are you from, ma'am?
California.
You're from California, and you're a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Why do you like him?
Well, I'm only a kid because of my father. But one of the reasons was I was watching the election and I feel like Camilla couldn't answer questions properly. And I think he could actually do something for our country because Camilla has been vice president before. And she said she was going to do stuff, but she really didn't do anything.
What about the immigration raids that Donald Trump... No, just one more question. What about the immigration raids? What do you think?
I don't know about the immigration ways. I'm only 14.
You're only 14? Okay, so you know some really young people here who are supporters of Donald Trump. And from California as well, clearly a traditional Democratic stronghold as well.
It's a big
lot
state.
Of people coming through, despite, as I say, the absolutely freezing temperatures coming through. Let me try and grab one more person for you. Hi, ma'am. Where are you from?
California.
You're from California too.
Yes.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's going to make our country great again.
Yeah?
And he cares about our people.
What about January the 6th, 2021? Does that not bother you?
No, that was a federal agents thing that they did, so it wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't him. It was set up by Pelosi and by the January 6th people.
So you think that was a setup? I mean,
Absolutely.
this is what we've been hearing from a lot of...
The documents are out. The documents have been released, and it was.
Why did you vote for him? What was the number one thing you liked?
Because I can't afford life anymore. And I worked my butt off, and I can't afford to live, and especially in California. And after what they've done, the Democrats did to the state of California this past couple weeks, I would never vote Democrat.
And do you think tariffs might make inflation worse?
No, I think it's going to help. He helped inflation last time he was in. You know, the economy was great last time he was in, and I'm hoping it gets there again.
Okay, we'll let you
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you
All
for
right.
coming to talk to us. You know, the economy, it is the number one issue that people have been talking to us about today. Some of them like Donald Trump personally, as a character. We've had a lot of conspiracy theories, people not accepting the truth about the 2020 election, like that lady not accepting the truth about the January the 6th situation. But people, again, time and time again, talking about the cost of living. And I guess, you know, as the adage goes, it's the economy stupid.
All right, Catherine Norris-Trent, with an international crowd. But that's okay, Catherine, because we're an international news channel. So we'll be checking in with you from time to time throughout this ceremony. Fabrice Rousselot, we're getting a little bit of a flavor, thanks to Catherine, of what it's like in Washington.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I like the lady. I mean, the lady said, I couldn't live anymore. I can't live anymore. And I think if you remember the campaign, I mean, Trump won on two issues. He won on two issues. The first one was the cost of living, and the other one is the borders and immigration. And honestly, I think that's what we're going to see today in terms of executive orders. He's going to go after the borders. With Trump, there's always a spectacle, a lot of announcements and everything else. We're going to have to see if he's able to do this in a long term. But you know, this, I mean, I would have liked your correspondent to ask if this Korean person was from North Korea or South Korea. That would have been interesting as well. But you can see that he's a charismatic figure. I mean, there was a story a long time ago, long editorial in the New York Times that was very interesting, trying to explain why there's a cult dimension to Trump. And I do believe that very, very much, that people believe in Trump for whatever reason. They believe in that kind of a elite person, anti-elite, or they believe that is some kind of populism that is pushing. It did hit a button of people that felt that they were left behind. But way more than that, because he got some votes among the black young people, among the young Latinos as well. So is that today? Today is going to be obviously his big day, and people are. We saw that yesterday at the victory rally. People are just in love with him.
Right, and we did see there just some applause. Maybe we can hear some of the sound as former U.S. President Bill Clinton and former U.S. Secretary of State, his spouse Hillary Clinton, entered the hall. And we can hear as all the former living U.S. presidents, as Ketevan Gorgestani was saying, a return to tradition with a civil handover of power. Trump boycotted the ceremony last time around when he lost.
President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
George W. Bush, Republican, but not from the same wing of the party as Donald Trump. And again, the polite applause inside the hall. And And there we see George and Laura Bush entering. Fabrice Rousselot touching on what are going to be two important points of what we're going to be looking at. First of all, of course, the speech by Donald Trump. We got a flavor of that with sort of, I guess you could call it, a pre-inaugural campaign rally is what it sounded like Sunday evening at the Capital One Center. And then he'll be coming back here in the Capitol to a room where he'll be signing his first executive orders, otherwise put decrees, as U.S. president. And there's a lot of speculation over how many and how radical those executive orders will be. Barack Obama entering without his spouse, Michelle, also in attendance for this handover ceremony. Donna Ghosh, you did not make the trip to the Capital One Arena. Your thoughts, though, watching this exercise in power, this very staged handover of power that we're watching, this ceremony steeped in tradition?
I mean, I think it's important to have the ceremony steeped in tradition and to see this handover power, especially being peaceful. You've talked about much about how 4 years prior we didn't see Donald Trump be there to hand this off to Biden, and I think it's really important that the country does see, fundamentally at the end of the day, the Democrats, unlike the Republicans, stood there and were like, yes, this election was valid, it was certified, and they stood there and they validated it, and I think it's really important for the country to see that.
Yeah, and we see the members of the U.S. Supreme Court. And in his first incarnation, Donald Trump sure left his mark. 9 justices. He managed during his 4-year tenure to name 3 of them, 1/3 of that court. And they, too, weigh a lot in the balance of what can or cannot get passed over the next 4 years. Olivier Burtin, it was interesting. Fabrice was alluding to the fact that we saw people from Korea. I assume it's South Korea.
I think so too.
We as well from Brazil. Donald Trump, the nativist streak, make America great again, and yet a following from abroad.
I mean, in a sense, it's almost not by chance that your reporter talked to those two persons, because, of course, you can see how Trumpism echoes on the world stage. First, of course, in Brazil, you had a far-right president who tried to maintain himself in power, pretty much, by some, at least, estimates, drawing on the example of Trump, trying to stage a coup after he lost to Lula, of course. And then in Korea, of course, just a few months ago, you had a president who, at least, again, according to some, trying to follow a Trumpist model, declare martial law and keep himself in power. So you can see by the two persons that your reporter talked to, the way in which Trump, who's been on the stage for already 8 years, has sort of made himself an example of a new style of politics, more populist, more authoritarian also, which others are already beginning to follow.
Yeah, South Korea's democracy being put to the test as we speak. And you were alluding to Brazil, where they had a mini version, I guess you could say, of January the 6th. And so, again, if we're covering this, it's because the whole world is watching.
But let's not forget, it's a facade too. Like, it's important to have those norms. It's important to have this unity, which will last a few hours before everything returns back to normal. But it's a facade, and Washington politics is going to become a return to its normal, divisive, polarized state as soon as the ceremony is over.
Watching an indoor ceremony, Ketevan Gorgistani, first impressions.
Well, it's interesting because you get to see the interactions more clearly than when you're outside, because they're spread out more. And so earlier, as we were watching, now we see the family, the children of Donald Trump and their respective spouses that are there. And behind, you see some of the incoming cabinet. And earlier, you had, for example, a little chit-chat between Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And Mark Zuckerberg. And you had Pete Hegseth talking.
Mark Zuckerberg, he was talking.
Mark Zuckerberg was right there in the background.
With the cabinet.
With the cabinet. So you see all these people sort of mixing. and it's very interesting. But just to jump on this idea of the image, and this is the youngest son, Barron Trump, of Donald Trump and Melania. This image of the peaceful transition of power. This is something that I've heard a lot of Democrats being very uneasy with. They understand and welcome the sort of the certification of the election, recognizing that he won, doing all the steps, the official steps. But there is also an unease as to listening and seeing Joe Biden receiving Donald Trump for tea at the White House after spending the past year warning us that Donald Trump was the biggest threat to American democracy on this planet, basically. And so there is a sort of unease within the Democratic Party and Democratic voters, which is he really that threat, or is he just someone that we disagree with? And so that is something that I've heard quite a lot, which I find very interesting.
Donna Ghosh?
I mean, I think that we've spent a very long time talking about Trump being an existential threat. I think that, like you said, it was a facade. It is important to have this for the few hours to make the country understand that Democrats are going to be agreeable in this. They are going to peacefully hand off power in this instance, that we recognize the results of the election. But at the same time, Democrats are going to do what we've been doing for the past few months, and we're going to continue arguing that Trump's policies are bad for the country and fight him on a legislative level and fight him at a local level and at a state level. And we're going to see that take place.
Early in the Trump presidency, his first one, there was this far-right rally that turned deadly, and Trump said there are good people on both sides.
Exactly.
Is this there are good people on both sides moment?
Well, what you're seeing at the moment is interesting as well. You see Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos right behind the family of Trump, which is, I don't know if you know, but apparently Elon Musk has asked to have his own office in the White House, and Trump is thinking of having a buddy room there where he could bring all his friends all together. So I think what we're seeing today, we're seeing the oligarchy side of this administration. We do know that all those guys who used to be Democrats, by the way, just all of a sudden moved to the other side because they are scared of regulation. And we're seeing as well, and we don't see them there, but we know that there's a lot of far-right representatives, which is very new. Usually you don't invite foreign leaders to inaugurations, but he did. We know that there is Nigel Farage is there. We know that Meloni is there. Orban was invited, couldn't come. We know that Eric Zemmour even is there. Marion Maréchal, some people from...
Eric Zemmour and Marion Maréchal, who are from the French far right.
Exactly. So, I mean, this is a weird, honestly, a bunch of people, if I may say so, where you have those oligarchs are, as I said, used to be Democrats, and Mark Zuckerberg is the perfect example. All of a sudden, in 5 months, he became some kind of a macho, realist, representative of Silicon Valley. So you have all those guys who are there for their own interest. You have the far right. What Mr. Macron called the reactionary international. So it's like this big international of far right people, and in the center, at the center, is Trump. So that's a weird aéropage, as we say in French, of people. And I agree that the facade is not going to last very, very long. In 2 hours, it's going to be done because he's going to sign some executive orders. And Trump wants to make a splash, so he's going to sign very kind of decisive and divisive executive orders in a few hours. And then the real reality of this new administration is going to come to Washington.
We're with Fraser Jackson in Washington. Fraser, you've seen up close that stark contrast, sort of a coalition that Fabrice was describing between those who helped Donald Trump get elected, billionaires in the room, inside the Capitol Rotunda, outside some of the people that Catherine Norris-Trent has been speaking with, who come from a hardscrabble background.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest mysteries of American politics and modern American politics, how such a diverse group of people feel like they have such a common unifying force in Donald Trump. Somebody who can relate to the everyday man who is in those poorer areas of America, but also relates to the billionaires. You could argue, of course, that they are trying to cozy up to power. I heard from a friend, just anecdotally, I heard from a friend whose CEO of her company was in Mar-a-Lago last week. And the words that she used was that he was sent there to, quote, kiss the ring. So you can see now that Donald Trump is getting the keys to power in America once again. These tech billionaires are really thinking about the future. And another person who was thinking about the future as well is Joe Biden. On his last day of office, he signed a raft of pardons, preemptive pardons for people that he was worried could feel the wrath of Donald Trump for having slighted him in the past. Now, they included Mark Milley, who was the former chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who had called Donald Trump, quote, fascist to the core in a book by Bob Woodward, a famed journalist here in D.C. He also included in that raft of pardons the members of the January 6th Select Committee that had been looking into the Capitol riots on January 6, 2021, including Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger as well. I've reached out to both of those for comment and not heard from either of them, but one person I have heard from personally is another person that was pardoned preemptively by Joe Biden, and that is Dr. Fauci. Dr. Anthony Fauci, of course, oversaw the pandemic response here in the United States and drew the ire of Donald Trump despite working across many administrations. Let me read you a little bit of what he said to me earlier. He said, despite the accomplishments that my colleagues and I achieved over my long career of public service, I've been the subject of politically motivated threats of investigation and prosecution. There is absolutely no basis for these threats. Let me be perfectly clear. I have committed no crime, and there are no possible grounds for any allegation or threat of criminal investigation or prosecution of me. The fact is, however, that the mere articulation of these baseless threats and the potential that they will be acted upon creates immeasurable and intolerable distress for me and my family. For these reasons, I acknowledge and appreciate the action that President Biden has taken today on my behalf. So there you have it, some words directly from Anthony Fauci to me just moments ago as he comments on this raft of pardons that Joe Biden did as his final act in office.
Yeah, and you're looking at, you've been talking there about the decrees on the last day by the outgoing U.S. President. Douglas Herbert, very briefly, because I think we're waiting for Joe Biden and Donald Trump to enter that Capitol Rotunda. What are some of the decrees that could happen on day one? We've seen some contradictory speculation on this matter.
Yeah, Francois, first of all, let's stop putting numbers to it. Is it going to be 50 executive orders? Is it going to be 100? Some people have said 200. Look, it's going to be a blizzard of executive orders. People say, watch what President Donald Trump does, not what he says. But it's pretty safe to say that he is very much determined to sign a slew of orders today against actually the urgings. There was a little pushback reportedly within his circle saying, Mr. President-elect, you could spread these orders out over several days. You don't have to do it in one fell swoop right out of the starting gate. He said, absolutely not. I want to do it today. My supporters expect this. He's going to basically, it's going to be a broad sweep, Francois. We've been talking about it for weeks now. No surprises. He's going to be hitting hard on immigrants. He's going to be hitting hard on borders. He's going to be hitting hard on energy policies and climate policies. Among them, opening up public lands to more oil drilling. That has been a big motif of the Donald Trump public persona, campaign persona. Also, rolling back or rescinding the electric vehicle mandates under sort of the umbrella of the broader so-called Green New Deal. So really rolling back those climate policies, even talk of, doing away with the Energy Department, the Environmental Department. All of this is going to be in his sort of crosshairs in the very first hours. But besides that, I think fundamentally, the very institution, the way the American government is run, the thousands and tens of thousands of federal workers, of civil servants who are not politically appointed, or at least not supposed to be. They are appointed on merit. Many of them have been there years and decades. They weather the change of administrations, changes in ideology. The tendency and the fear among some of those people is that this is now going to become politically driven appointments. Donald Trump has hinted that he will be rescinding a lot of the protections that those civil servants, those federal workers, are afforded in order to be able to get the best qualified people to do their jobs, and not necessarily those who are politically motivated to do the bidding of whichever president is in power. And that's just beginning. We've talked about the crackdown on so-called woke policies. There will only be 2 genders recognized in Trump's America, male and female. He's been very clear about that. New remits for education as well. He's going to be pushing hard on all fronts. You could go into foreign policy with the Ukraine war, the war in Ukraine. He had famously promised throughout the campaign that he would end that war in, quote, 24 hours. Well, look, he has since walked back on that pledge a bit. And his advisors have as well, because they have run up against the wall of reality. They know it's just not possible or feasible. So 6 months. What you can expect, watch what Donald Trump does, not what he says. But that said, he is expected to do quite a lot on this first day. He has strut in his step. He feels momentum is on his side, and he feels validated by his voters and by those around him. He does not have naysayers in his midst holding him back anymore.
And we're watching the once and soon to be again First Lady Melania Trump, preceded by what will be the new Second Lady of the United States, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, already in the room. As we hear the opening notes of the first song to be played. Listening to what Douglas Herbert was just saying, Olivier Burtin, people say, well, this turn in U.S. politics, it's unprecedented.
It isn't. It's a small turn. His majority is actually in the House, smaller than it was in 2016. It's only 1 seat more than he had in the Senate in 2016. He didn't get the majority of the popular vote. He did get, of course, more than Kamala Harris, but I think people tend to overestimate the extent of his victory, partly, I think, because he's managed to...
And we'll see how it plays out. Let's listen to opera tenor Christopher Macchio singing "O America."
I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee. I will be. Oh, America, no weeping. Let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be
And we see the outgoing U.S. and vice presidents preceded by senior lawmakers from Capitol Hill entering the rotunda, including from Donna's senator, Cory Booker, who's right in
No,
front.
that's Hakeem
That's
Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries, excuse me. I thought it was Cory Booker.
Hakeem
Thank you for
Jeffries
the
was
correction.
the leader of the Democrats, the Democratic minority in the House.
Right.
And his traditional sneakers, he loves them.
from your mountains grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee. Oh, I will be.
And they're the U.S. Vice President-elect making his entrance.
Will be as one.
And that was Christopher Macchio, opera tenor, singing "Oh America," really entering the service in earnest as we see more of the senior leadership of the two houses. Ketevan Gorgestani, I don't want to get it wrong. I know that that's Senator Charles Schumer of
and
New
Mike
York.
Johnson, who is the Speaker of the House and who is going to be a key partner for Donald Trump going ahead when it comes to passing that legislation that Donald Trump wants to pass. Because we're talking, of course, today and tomorrow a lot about executive orders, but not everything can be done by executive orders. And at some point, Donald Trump is going to need that House and that Republican majority. And as you were saying, it's a very slim majority. Officially, it's 220 in the House for the Republicans. But remember that Matt Gaetz is gone. So it's actually 219. And there are two representatives who are soon going to be leaving. Representative Mike Waltz, who is going to be the National Security Advisor, as well as Elise Stefanik, if she is confirmed as the next U.S. ambassador at the United Nations.
Donald Trump entering the room. And as we wait for the outgoing and the incoming U.S. president to be formally seated for this ceremony, we can cross back to Catherine Norris-Trent. Catherine, again, it would have been, weather permitting, the possibility of hundreds of thousands attending this ceremony had it been outdoors. The arena behind you, well, it only seats, what, some 20,000?
Right, exactly. So there's going to be a lot of people who we've been talking to this morning who won't get in. We're just outside the Capitol One building itself. Security is extremely tight, as you can imagine. People were queuing up. I mean, way more than 20,000, I think we saw this morning, going past us. So I don't know where they're all going to end up. Some of them are still in the queue. We've just gone past security ourselves of members of the press, but it's all been a bit chaotic, as you can imagine, because this last-minute change in bringing the inauguration from the outside to the inside. People had already got their flights. They'd already got their hotels. So they're just trying to work out where they can go. Well, as indeed are much of the world's media and, quite a few other people in town for this inauguration. So it's a little chaotic. The people I've been speaking to earlier said that if they didn't get a chance to get inside the arena, they were still here on this historic day, and so they weren't disappointed because they're pretty much on a high right now, these Trump supporters we've been seeing. This is something they've been hoping for ever since he was last in office. A lot of them feel he was unfairly treated. A lot of election deniers here, of course, people saying that they didn't believe Joe Biden fairly won the 2020 election, despite all the legal challenges, and despite that not being the case. They don't hear that. So people here coming here, and if they don't get to see him, they don't get to see him. But they've still been in town for the big day. And, people wrapped up warm, and they're just trying to be here and soak up the atmosphere, really.
Let's look at the last minutes of Joe Biden's presidency, standing next to Kamala Harris. Fabrice Rousselot, your thoughts on the two of them standing side by side?
That has to be difficult, I think, for the two of them. I think Joe Biden is an amazing politician. He might be the best politician America has ever seen over the past 50 years, but his legacy is going to be one that's not that amazing. People are going to remember the last few months in office, the fact that maybe he should have withdrawn from the campaign way earlier. And Kamala Harris, we know around her, people also were very critical of Joe Biden and in the last few months because they felt that he didn't withdraw, early enough. So there's this kind of a weird kind of chemical between the two of them. I remember when, last time when we saw the funeral of Jimmy Carter, Kamala Harris didn't say a word, was very, very stone-faced. So I think there is a lot of of thinking and a lot of regrets behind the whole thing.
Ketevan Gorgistani, when you first arrived in Washington, J.D. Vance was still a journalist. Now at 40 years old, he's the Vice President of the United States.
Yes, and I believe, at least in modern history, the youngest ever Vice President, J.D. Vance, who is seen a little bit as sort of the next gen of the MAGA world, of the Trump world, someone who has sort of remade himself in the image of Donald Trump, and we'll see what sort of role he takes on, because there's also always this question about vice presidents in the United States, about how much spotlight they get, what sort of issues they focus on, and there was a lot of criticism of Kamala Harris not being visible enough. Joe Biden, in his time, at least at the beginning, wasn't necessarily known as a great VP, and then came into the office, and now I think we're going to see the introduction very soon of the U.S. president. And just a little word on the timing. This is John Thune, who is now the Senate Majority Leader. So this is the leadership, the bipartisan leadership of the House and of the Senate coming in. The idea initially of the Trump inaugural team was to try and get him sworn in at 11:47 local time. It is now 11:40 there. I don't know if they're going to make it in time, but that was the idea, to sort of mark symbolically the fact that he is going to be inaugurated as the 47th president of the United States.
Yeah, Olivier Burtin, we're seeing there front and center, Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar, part of that. She's a Democrat, part of the bipartisan committee that organizes inaugurations, and as was Catherine Norris-Trent was telling us earlier, on the fly, having to move everything indoors, that committee. Again, is it a singular moment in U.S. history, or have Americans been here before with these wide swings?
I think we've been here before. We've seen wider swings than what we're seeing right now in 2024. This is actually rather small. What strikes me is more the narrative around it and the way it's been described as being decisive. In a way that
never so much media attention. I mean, we see Donald Trump entering the Capitol Rotunda.
Yeah, and I think this is partly the way in which he's managed to dominate the narrative, is partly the fact that thanks to the Silicon Valley social media that's been so swinging to the right in recent months, in a way that I think has helped him greatly win the election.
A bon mot there, Donna, between the outgoing and the incoming president of the United States?
Yeah, I mean, I think to build off of what he just said, I think that what we see is there's a lot of narrative about Trump coming into office and being incredibly influential and passing an enormous amount of things. But I think it's really important to remember that the most influential piece of legislation, or the largest piece of legislation he passed back during his 2016 tenure, was the 2017 tax cuts. So I also think we need to look at whether his administration is actually going to be effective at being able to pass a lot of what they said they're going to pass. They haven't won the massive landslide that a lot of people think that he won in. And in the next few days, I know that there is an expectation for a flurry of executive orders. I don't know if we're going to see that followed by hard and fast legislation, because he was unsuccessful previously.
And to double down on that, he has raised the stakes for himself, because he's said that he's going to do all of this, and very quickly, and if he doesn't, there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be disappointed very quickly.
With Trump is what he says, what he does, and what the results of what he does, because sometimes he doesn't get any result at all, and it just goes to something else. We're getting there, I think.
It's just a lot of talking.
And we're waiting for the inauguration, the swearing in of the man with the red Trumpian necktie, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, to be sworn in by...
Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the Inaugural Ceremony Committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm.
Oh, that's one of my favorite
There's a
songs.
reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Trump going to be sworn in before the top of the hour?
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation,
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
and
that I will well and faithfully discharge, the duties of the office, on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again. including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Donald Trump, his first speech as a U.S. president after his swearing in. You're watching France 24. It's gone 12:39 p.m. in the U.S. Capitol, 6:39 p.m. Here in Paris. Trump saying from this moment on, America's decline is over. I was saved by God to make America great again. Talking about that assassination attempt on the campaign trail this past summer. The U.S. president who doubled down on what he's been saying through the campaign and up until a pre-inauguration rally Sunday night, talking about returning, quote, criminal aliens back to foreign countries. Also talking about revoking the Green New Deal, that there are only two genders, male and female. And on foreign policy, talking about the Panama Canal, saying, quote, we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Let's cross to our correspondent in Washington, Fraser Jackson. This has shades of the speech we heard at Donald Trump's first inauguration back in 2017.
It definitely does, but I think listening to this sounded much more like a man scorned, a man who knows where the levers of power are, and now he's not afraid to use them. It started out, I thought, with a very kind of subdued energy. He was very much sticking to the script, but as he got a bit more comfortable, he started to shift somewhat and started to riff a little bit more. Of course, Donald Trump is somebody who normally flourishes more in those kind of rally settings where he has tens of thousands of adoring fans. It was a more subdued affair in the Capitol, albeit, you know, the applause definitely ringing out throughout the speech. But the tone really then was not tempered. Soon after he settled in, right out of the gate, he said, the golden age of America starts right now. He said, we will be the envy of every nation. We will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. I will put America first. He then took swipes at what he called the radical and corrupt establishment and basically laid into Joe Biden's government and the way that he has been running the country for the last 4 years, despite the fact that Joe Biden was sat just feet away from him where he was giving this speech. Joe Biden himself, quite stony-faced at times, but there was one moment where Biden laughed, where Trump mentions the executive orders that he is going to be signing. He said he was signing these executive orders to restore common sense, and Joe Biden laughed at that moment. There were also some sly digs at Kamala Harris, who was seated next to Joe Biden. Of course, Kamala Harris defeated in the election by Donald Trump. And he relived those election results, mentioning the fact that he won all 7 swing states and talked about the increased margins that he had among minority communities as well.
Fraser, we're going to cut in and listen to country music star Carrie Underwood singing America the Beautiful. The end of Carrie Underwood singing America the Beautiful. But we've seen a lot.
I crushed Carrie Underwood. I apologize.
Crushed Carrie Underwood. That's okay. Fraser Jackson, let me just pick up on this with Ketevan Gorgesani. Your predecessor, where you're standing in Washington, more agreed to Donald Trump?
I totally agree with Fraser. The beginning of the speech felt much more subdued than what we heard, and there's sort of a parallel between the American carnage ends right here, right now, and the golden age of America begins right now. So it was the sort of negative versus the positive. So the beginning was a little bit more positive, that looking forward, the hopeful, the future, the positive. And then he fell back into his old grievances, attacking his political rivals, attacking the old justice system that he says went after his political rivals. We saw some of the usual themes that we've heard Donald Trump talk about in his various rallies, and basically presenting what he's going to do, and some of the executive orders that we're going to see him sign in a few minutes, because he's going to sign a few while he's still at the Capitol, and then he is going to sign probably more when he goes back to the White House. And of course, no surprise there, immigration is going to be one of the big ones. He announced a lot of elements when it comes to immigration, ending the catch and release policy, sending troops to the border, sending millions and millions of criminals back to where they came from. Immigration, of course, was one of the key elements of his campaign, and it clearly is going to be one of the key elements, at least of the beginning of his presidency.
All right, let's dip in and listen now. This is Rabbi Ari Berman, president of Yeshiva University,
which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight on the ramparts waves were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, heavens bursting in earth, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors at stars take up
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
That he promised. The national anthem sung by opera tenor Christopher Macchio concluding this inauguration ceremony inside of the Capitol Rotunda, moved indoors because of the cold weather in Washington, D.C. U.S. President Donald Trump, as is tradition, will attend a congressional luncheon, but not before signing some executive orders. Let's cross now to Washington. France 24's Douglas Herbert from... we've lost the connection with Douglas Herbert. We'll cross now to Fraser Jackson instead. Fraser, that wraps up a ceremony again, but the day is far from over. What with the executive orders still to be signed, and of course, an inauguration day includes parades and balls usually.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go yet. Still on Capitol Hill, we're still expecting Donald Trump to go into the signing ceremony in the president's room just behind the rotunda, where he will sign some of those executive orders that we've been previewing throughout the day. We're also going to be seeing the departure of Joe Biden and Dr. Biden as well. Marine One is currently stationed on the east lawn of the Capitol building, waiting to take the former president and the former First Lady to JBA, Joint Base Andrews, which is that military base just outside of DC, which houses Air Force One, the plane known as Air Force One. Well, today it will be known as Special Air Mission 46, and it will fly Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden to California as they begin their post-presidency life. We're then going to see the new president, President Trump, will not be doing the typical presidential parade that we would normally see, the walk from the Capitol building down to the White House. Instead, because of the cold weather, although I must say it's actually not as cold as we had thought it would be, but that will now take place inside the Capitol One Arena, which saw the victory rally by Donald Trump yesterday. And I've heard from a couple of sources and some other reporting as well that there are going to be more executive orders signed in front of that 20,000 strong crowd at the Capitol One Arena. Also hearing that he could potentially be joined on stage by the mother of Ashley Babbitt, one of the protesters who was killed on January 6, 2021 during that riot on the Capitol building. And Donald Trump has hinted that there will be some pardons for some of those convicted of their participation in those riots on January 6th. We don't know how widespread those pardons are going to be, whether it's going to involve people who were found guilty of committing violent offenses against police officers. The Trump campaign, the Trump transition, and now the administration, I should say, it's a very quick moving day, have been quite stum on that point. But we are expecting to see potentially some pardons from those J6 rioters as well.
We'll be crossing to the Capitol One Arena, and Catherine Norris Trent, as soon as she gives us a shout out, we'll go straight to her with that news that Fraser's given us to get confirmation of it, of Donald Trump signing executive orders, both at the Capitol where he is now, and then later at that arena, which is a few short blocks away. We're here in the studio as the time has gone 1 p.m. in Washington, 7 p.m. here in Paris, in the company of France 24's Kedevan Gorjestani. Historian Nancy Green is with us as well, the author of The Limits of Transnationalism. Cécile Coquet-Mokoko, a professor of American civilization at the University of Versailles, Saint-Quentin, in the suburbs of Paris. Welcome to all of you on this day. And we just saw moments ago the now former President Joe Biden walk out and Donald Trump enter for a second time. Nancy Green, this is only the second time that a U.S. president's been returned to office after being voted out. Is history repeating itself, or is this a new chapter?
Well, he has said it's a new chapter in the sense that everything that he wants to do from day one is going to turn things around. I think what I feel that at least for this day, there are a couple of things to think about. One, and that I think are positive. One is that the power transition, occurred without civil war. There were people who, before the election, were very concerned, and that a lot of people are armed, but there was a worry about how this transition would occur. So the fact that it has occurred peacefully, I think, is a good thing. Secondly, the date of the inauguration seems to have forced the hand of the powers in the Middle East to come to a conclusion and to write this initial ceasefire, which hopefully will hold.
It was perhaps the lone moment during Trump's speech where both sides of the aisle got up and cheered.
Yes, exactly. And I think that was something which seems to have, that the date of the fact that there was going to be this inauguration made that happen. And the fact that the former president and now the new returned president, were able to have their teams work together on this, I think was really a very good moment. The other thing, just to say a couple of the terms that Trump used in his speech, which are in my mind, positive. He did use the term that he wants to be a peacemaker. He did use the term compassion. So there are elements that one could hold on to, which can be positive going forward. Other than that, there are, of course, many things that are contested by various people, but that the notion of turning things around, the notion of actually wanting to, though at the same time it's sort of contradictory, wanting to go back to the Make America Great Again, that is the notion that there is a prior period that was golden and that it needs to be resuscitated, is somewhat contradictory with some of the, particularly the attitudes about immigration and sometimes the attitude, a negative attitude towards immigration. And yet the United States is a country of immigration. It has been so for the last 2 centuries. And this is something which I think we need to think about in terms of talking about the identity itself of the United States.
Cécile Coquet-Mococo, if we talk about the identity of the United States, Donald Trump, quite early in his speech, talks about a greater, stronger, and far more exceptional America than ever before. And he used that term exceptional several times during the speech. How does that land with your French students, hearing the word about the United States that's exceptional?
I guess they very much recognize the concept of manifest destiny, which he also quoted
Explain
once.
that for our viewers.
It is a belief that is founded both on the Puritan origins of the country, which is that they're going to build together. They're the chosen people of God, the new Israel and the new Jerusalem, and they have been chosen by God to provide to the rest of the world a model of a perfect Christian society, which will elicit the admiration of the rest of the world and will inspire other leaders to build similar kinds of societies. And this has evolved with the country because of course, not all Americans are Puritans, and other communities also built the country. But along with the idea that the American Republic was an experiment in democracy, the phrase is George Washington's, there was this idea that the separation of powers, which Trump is directly threatening, is a model of democracy that is the most perfect one. I've met several Americans who actually believed that democracy had been invented in the United States of America and didn't know anything about ancient Greece. But there's this notion that the rest of the world is contemplating the expansion of democracy and a model of democracy that is also spread from the United States as if it were radiating from the country to other parts of the world in order to build a free world. But in Trump's mouth, the notion of exceptionalism has very much to do with expansionism. So it
expansionism really, how? Explain.
It used to be expansionism across the North American continent from sea to shining sea, so from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. And this implied not just the untamed wilderness that Trump waxed lyrical about, but it implied conquering land that was American Indian land, and also conquering Mexico. It is ironic that he's constantly mentioning invasion, while the country that invaded the other country was actually the United States, conquering Mexico down to Veracruz. They could actually have gotten the entirety of the country had they not been loath to have citizens who were a little too brown to the taste of the slaveholding members of Congress.
All right, and so we can now go to Washington and France 24's Douglas Herbert, who will be with us shortly. Ketevan Gorgestani, in the speech, Donald Trump talking about the Gulf of America, renaming the Gulf of Mexico, talking also about making America's tallest peak, the mountain in Alaska, Mount get the name wrong here. I don't want to get it right. Denali, Mount Denali, renaming it Mount McKinley, and then setting his sights. He didn't say actually he would invade the Panama Canal, but he did say it's ours.
I think these are some of the elements of the sort of the Trump bravado rhetorics, because I mean, think the United States can rename the Gulf of Mexico if they want to call it that, but the rest of the world might continue to call it the Gulf of Mexico. So it's some of those things where he just puts it out there. It makes us react. It makes people comment, but it's not really it's not going to change anything to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico. The Panama Canal is a little bit different. This is the Panama Canal, making Canada the 51st state, the taking over Greenland. These are all ways of triggering talks and cooperations and deals with these different areas. So somebody said, don't take him literally, but take him seriously. And I think these are some of the examples of maybe don't take him literally, but understand that there is something behind these flourishing comments that might sound a little crazy, but there is something behind it.
All right, we've had an American in Paris during this Inauguration Day special. We've had several. We can also have an American in Cape Town. Let's welcome Republican political strategist Matt Klink. Thank you for being with us here on our Inauguration Day coverage here on France 24.
Thank you for having me.
Your thoughts on Donald Trump? How much did you, in what he said, do you take seriously, and how much do you take literally, to borrow Kedevan's wording?
Well, I think that's the super important point here, is that I do take it seriously, but I think that anyone who takes Donald Trump literally is going to probably engage in a conversation very similar to the one that I just heard. There is the consumption value of what Donald Trump says for his political allies in the Republican Party. In particular, his focus on what will be his 10 executive orders that he's going to sign on illegal immigration. There's the renaming of Mount McKinley to Denali. That occurred in 2015 under President Barack Obama, and it was an executive order, so Donald Trump can change it back. It's what it was called since, for quite a long time. And other than that, this was a speech that was probably more akin to what we would consider a State of the Union speech than it was an inaugural speech, but it was far less dark than the inauguration speech that Donald Trump gave in 2017. And I really think that what he's trying to do, he needs the House and the Senate to be on his side to move his agenda through. He's got about 8 months to get all of the heavy lifting done in his administration before 2026 politics intrudes. So he needs them excited and motivated and working toward the same goals.
Yeah, it's a narrow window of opportunity, Nancy Green.
Yeah, well, this is how the U.S. system works, since there are just 4 years in between elections, and the first couple of years and the first year is, of course, important. So he has said, and he has repeated, that he will do many things on the very first day, meaning now.
And by the way, I'm interrupting you just to say we're seeing images of the former president now, Joe Biden, and his wife Jill departing on Marine One. They were accompanied to the helicopter by Donald Trump. You were saying, Nancy Green, about how electoral politics will weigh in a Washington where the institutions do matter. There isn't one person who can knock everything over like bowling pins.
Well, what I think more about is actually some of the things that Trump said at his first inauguration and what he planned to do at that point, which he said he was going to do within 6 months, that he was going to change certain immigration laws, deport massive numbers of immigrants. He said it then. He didn't do it to that extent by any stretch of the imagination in the end. So there are constraints, and the constraints can be legal, because the ways in which he says that he is going to deport millions of immigrants, of illegal immigrants, will come up against a certain number of laws, both state laws and also the way in which the federal immigration law works. So there are some constraints, and constraints that are due to the institutions of the United States.
And on this question of Panama, Matt Klink, if you're Panamanian, should you be worried today?
No, I wouldn't be worried. But what it is sending a message to the president of Panama that they do need to live up to the treaty and that they have let China exert too much influence. And China needs, U.S. is going to push back. It's no longer American weakness under Joe Biden. And I will go back to something that the previous guest just said. We can't forget that since Donald Trump exited the presidency in 2021, we've had over 10 million people enter this country illegally via open borders with Joe Biden. You now have a majority of the American population that wants to deport illegal immigrants. You had 10 Democrats late last week side with Republicans in the House to pass the Lake and Riley Act to allow the deportation of criminal illegal aliens, and there are 700,000 of them in the U.S. So I think that's where Donald
illegal
Trump's
aliens?
start. Criminal illegal aliens.
What does that mean? A criminal illegal aliens? You mean these are 700,000 felons?
People that have, first of all, I'm not talking about the crime of entering the country illegally. I am talking about people who are in America illegally and then subsequent to that have broken the laws in America, committing murders, committing rapes, and other things. There are estimated to be 700,000 of them. Don't forget, we probably have about 25 million people in our country who are there illegally right now.
Ketevan Gorgestani?
I think the idea of the mass deportations, Donald Trump is going to, at the beginning, it's going to go very well because, as Matt just said, an overwhelming majority of Americans support deporting undocumented immigrants who have committed crimes. And that group is the group that Donald Trump and his administration have said that they're going to go after first. But 700,000, if that is the number, because it's a little bit hard to know exactly what that number is, but let's say that is the number, that's very far from the estimated right now 13 to 14 million undocumented immigrants. So you have that first group. Okay, you have 80% of the population that agrees with you. It's going to do headlines. It's going to go down very well with the general population. Then you move to a second group that is the undocumented immigrants that have already received an order of expulsions, but that have not yet been expelled. Some of them are detained. Some of them have ankle monitors. There are a very small proportion that are out in the open that we don't know where they are, but that's the second group. After that, you're falling, as we see Joe Biden taking off in Marine One, which is no longer Marine One because he's no longer the acting president, flying out to JBA. The third group is where it's going to get the most complicated because the same percentage of Americans do not support deporting undocumented immigrants who have been living in this country for decades. And the overwhelming majority of them have been here for more than 10 years, 15, 20 years. They work in the United States. They pay their taxes. They have families. Some of them are married to Americans. Some of them are the parents of American-born citizens. And these people, if you start attacking and going after these people, the population is not necessarily going to go along with you. So I think that this question of deporting millions and millions of people is going to come into a hard block very quickly. The other thing that I think the Trump administration is going to face is, let's say they manage to go after everybody. Just logistically, yes, you have the national emergency at the border. You're going to send Pentagon funds. You're going to send troops. The incoming border czar, Tom Homan, has said that he needs at least 100,000 beds in the sort of camps that they're going to set up that before they can expulse or deport these people. Right now, they're about 40,000. So you have to build those detention centers. You have to get way more agents than you have right now. So this is going to take a little bit of time to put in place, even if he is to actually go ahead and do exactly to the word what he has said he
Well, Mexico certainly taking Donald Trump seriously with reports that shelters are being set aside in case those mass deportations begin sooner rather than later. It's something interesting that you mentioned, Matt Klink, which is it's not a message to Panama, but more a message to China. And it's been a strange 24 to 48 hours, has it not? What with, on the one hand, TikTok going dark, TikTok owned by Chinese-owned ByteDance. Now Donald Trump bringing it back to great cheers, and China's vice president invited to this inauguration ceremony. Some say that there's been continuity, in fact, when it comes to how to handle China between Trump and Biden. Is that continuity going to continue?
Let me just take a step back, though, and talk about TikTok. I think you're looking at it the wrong direction that most Americans look at it. Donald Trump used TikTok to win the youth vote in the United States in November 2025 or 2024 election. So Donald Trump wants to force a sale or a majority sale of TikTok because the platform proved to be of massive political benefit to him. So I think that, you're looking at it from the China versus U.S. perspective. Donald Trump is looking at it as that he motivated the name that people are calling them now. I want to get it right, so I'm going to read it. Ticked off young, diverse, working class voters. Those are people that switched to Donald Trump in the November 2024 election. And it's a big group. It's African-American men. It's Latino men. It's a big group, and it's a group that likely is not going back to the Democratic Party if Donald Trump delivers for them. And that's what he wants to do. Now, as for China, look, if China sells 51% of TikTok, I think that Trump is going to figure out a way to make a deal. There are a number of people who want to buy it, and then the platform will continue to operate.
Cécile Coquet-Mococo, important point Matt Klink touching upon, which is that Trump managed to build a working class coalition that went further than the one of 2017 to win this election. And here in Europe, it's the same thing. It's which side is the working class on?
I guess the working class votes looking at its own wallet and at its purchasing power. So again, it's, as Bill Clinton would have said, it's the economy, stupid. So I don't think it's really ideological on their part.
We can listen now to U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
We'd all rather be gathered together on the National Mall with hundreds of thousands of our closest friends, but our disappointment is well overcome with our excitement for the future that we feel today. We have the chance to make the next 4 years the most consequential period in our nation's history. And as Speaker of the House, it is my great pleasure, my great honor, to introduce to you the man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
$49.9.
How much did you say?
Second.
70. Donald Trump arriving after that introduction by the Republican Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record, because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they, is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one, all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, and nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. When you didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it now, they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, a great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let it use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for $5.
And we're listening to remarks by U.S. President Donald Trump a short time after his inauguration. Let's cross to Washington and France 24's Douglas Herbert. Doug, there was the rotunda of the Capitol where Donald Trump read from the prompter. And there, speaking to the faithful who couldn't make it inside the room, inside the visitor center of the U.S. Capitol, well, it goes back to what looks like a stump speech.
Absolutely. This was a vintage signature Donald Trump. It is a vintage campaign speech, going back to all of his themes, Francois. Listen, I was on a roof not far from here at Donald Trump's first inaugural 8 years ago. I listened to that American Carnage speech, as did millions of Americans. You know, and going into this speech, there had been hints from within his campaign that today's inaugural just might be a little bit more hopeful and optimistic. Well, anyone who perhaps put any stock in those suggestions came away from this speech perhaps disappointed, because this was, in every sense of the term, Francois, American Carnage Redux. What I mean by that, if anything, it was more strident. When he first gave his American Carnage speech, he wasn't exactly a political novice. He had done a lot of campaigning, but it was unclear how much resistance he would face in Washington in trying to push his agenda. What we heard today in these remarks was a Donald Trump, as you were reporting previously, and your guests in the studio have pointed out, a Trump who was pumped up on grievances and one false claim after another, false and misleading claims. Perhaps I should use the word lies, because everything from the Panama Canal to healthcare, to inflation, to also the immigrants, dangerous criminals coming into the country. This was heavily laden with a lot of misleading claims and a lot which are completely unsubstantiated. That will be lost on most of his supporters, most people listening to that speech today, who perhaps won't have access to the fact checkers which are going to be sort of done away with if he has his will. We just heard him reiterating that in his speech about, basically putting an end to what he called government censorship and basically enabling what he called free speech again in America. So this was a very dark speech, and I can't really underscore enough when I say American carnage redux, it went beyond American carnage. Some of these speeches, inaugural addresses are traditionally, Francois, often they strike lofty tones. If there's one time where a divisive president's going to be unifying, it might be in the inaugural address. In this address, there was none of those lofty themes. There was none of that unifying outreach. There was none of the perhaps hint of conciliation. He laid into and savaged his opponents, namely Joe Biden, basically calling what he had done, his administration, a horrible betrayal of America and the American people, savaging once again, a lot of the people around him, and calling himself, hailing himself, saying at one point, "Here I am," and saying essentially that he had been brought back and appointed, designated by God, no higher authority than God, to save America. This is not a chastened Trump. It's not that anyone came into this naive thinking that Trump was going to be a radically changed person, but this was a very unchastened Trump showing no sign of humility and really reinforcing what we have been reporting and what those around him have been saying for a long time. This is a Trump who is right now in full stride. He is sure of himself. He feels vindicated and validated. He repeatedly referred to what he sees as a mandate, but as your guests in the studio were pointing out today, that mandate is not really, appearances can be deceiving, is not as wide and giant as meets the eye, and he might face a pretty thin majority in Congress and potentially down the line some resistance. I will underscore the fact the Donald Trump we heard today, that Donald Trump in full stride in this inaugural address and in the more informal remarks to his supporters in the Capitol Rotunda, this is a Donald Trump who is a lame duck. In American politics, as you know, Francois, you're essentially, the cycle moves on. They're already looking forward to the midterm elections. He cannot run again in 2028 for a third term under the U.S. Constitution. So from this day on, this might be the peak of his power. From here on out, there is going to be a steady slide, not necessarily into senescence or obsolescence, but he is going to face great odds in pushing through such an ambitious agenda, despite the fact that he is as determined as ever from his remarks today to do just that.
Douglas Herbert in Washington. We're with Nancy Green, historian, Ketevan Gorgestani, our former White House correspondent, and with Republican political strategist Matt Klink. Matt, let me ask you, the second more informal speech, he lashed out at a lot of political opponents, naming them at times. And he had this line, you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages, the J6 hostages being those convicted during that insurrection that took place on the day that the vote was certified back in 2021 at the U.S. Capitol, and also saying immigration, not inflation, is the number one issue. Is that the key to his success? Immigration, not inflation? Was that the top issue for his voters?
Well, it was a top two issue. I don't know if it was the top one. And look, regarding the Capitol riot on January 20th, I think you are going to see anyone that was convicted of a nonviolent offense, they're likely to get pardoned by Donald Trump. And, it will be really interesting to see how strenuously the news media protests all of this, and the Democrats too, after Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter, and then today, 20 minutes before he leaves office, he preemptively pardons back to 2014 his immediate family members after saying repeatedly he would never do that. And the news media in America parroted back how harmful it would be to democracy. You got to remember, Joe Biden was the guy that was supposed to, quote unquote, restore normal to American politics. He hasn't done that. And look, as for Donald Trump, of course, you know, the news media, I saw the New York Times was already out slamming Donald Trump. As I said earlier, Donald Trump has 6 to 8 months to pass his agenda. He's going to pass a big chunk of it through what we call reconciliation, which is a 50-vote majority in both the House and the Senate, and a majority in the House. He does not need and is unlikely to get any Democratic votes. That's where his legacy will be made. So he knows he's got to keep the partisans and the faithful happy. So it doesn't surprise me one bit that he gave the speech that he did.
Nancy Green, the two speeches again. Now, there was the inaugural address and the tail end of what we're seeing now, which are off-the-cuff remarks at the Visitors Center of the Capitol to those who were unable to enter the room.
Yeah, it does seem that the off-the-cuff remarks have gotten darker and darker as the time has gone on, but they've also sort of dispersed into different topics. I would like to come back to the fact of the two major themes that really ran the campaign that we just mentioned, both immigration and inflation. What is of great concern is that stopping immigrants from coming to the United States also is a grave threat to the economy and also will potentially increase inflation. The use of talking about the kinds of immigrants that they want to stop at the border has a larger impact on immigration in general, and the illegal immigrants even themselves, as we know, fill important sectors of the economy. If they leave, will the employers find workers to fill those jobs? The labor market is always segmented. There are people who will go for some jobs and other people not, so that American workers have not always wanted to do the jobs that illegal immigrants have been willing to take. Will employers raise their wages in order to hire other perhaps American
And Donald
workers?
Trump's a man who pays close attention to what the business community wants. Again, I borrow Kedivon's phrase from earlier. Are you taking him seriously or literally when he talks about immigration?
Well, I don't know how there are inconsistencies. As it was mentioned earlier, also the cost of the deportations is going to be huge. I mean, the cost of having the officers on site to do it, the cost of creating the retention centers, the cost of shipping people, flying people back. So it's a very expensive operation on the one hand. And on the other hand, it is going to be depriving those employers who have, in fact, exploited illegal immigrants at very, very low wages. So they're going to have to raise wages. Costs are going to go up.
Donald Trump speaking at that visitor center. I want to thank you, Nancy Green. I want to thank Matt Klink for being with us for this segment. Kedivon Gorgistani, you still have your executive orders ahead of you, the Donald Trump signing those decrees still to come. The schedule's been
staying put, not moving.
A bit changed just to keep us on our toes and to keep our team in Washington on its toes. Catherine Norris, Trent Douglas Herbert, and Fraser Jackson. Stay with us. Inauguration Day continues our coverage on France 24.
The history of our world is ever-changing. The flow of information is constantly increasing. We cover all subjects. We verify. We commit. On the ground, in all circumstances, to anticipate the future by understanding the present. We are with you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. France 24, understanding the news. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
I'm Natalie Savrikas, France 24's Athens correspondent. I'll be bringing you the latest from Greece and Cyprus live here on news and other TV programs. So join me here on France 24.
Natalie Savarikas, one of the 200 France 24 correspondents around the world.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith.
All the latest in politics, economics and the arts in Africa on France 24. Our journalists are in every region, every country, to report on the emergence of a continent of unparalleled riches. Bringing you Africa's stories on France 24.
Thanks for joining us. Peace again. Take care.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Gaza is ravaged by war. The UAE have taken a key role. Medical evacuations, humanitarian aid, access to drinking water, and active diplomacy.
All of this was through keeping a direct communication with the Israeli side. It's been so challenging to get patients out. We're delighted.
But in the humanitarian camps, war is on everyone's mind. Between humanitarian aid and political moves, the Emirates are securing their role in Gaza's post-war future. Don't miss United Arab Emirates. All eyes on Gaza on Reporters Plus on France 24.
Family had been in.
Welcome to this special program regarding the inauguration of Donald Trump as 47th President of the United States, promising a new golden age, drilling oil for oil everywhere, to take back the Panama Canal and a renaming of the Gulf of Mexico, as well as a US flag being put on the planet Mars. Donald Trump sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. He spoke to restate his America First mantra, starting with the words, "The golden age of America starts now." Then he declared a national emergency at the southern border and remain in Mexico policy to be reinforced, he said, by US troops. This, it seems, is his immigration policy launch. He's also ended legal entry for 1 million migrants with online appointments. On the economy, Trump's words, drill, baby, drill, his answer to what he calls a national energy emergency. He's promising fair, equal and impartial justice. His promise on the law claims that he has been a victim of injustice in the wake of his legal convictions. The US will only recognize 2 genders, he says, male and female. This will be a change Trump enshrines later in law. All this proclaimed by Trump on his order queue at the lectern inside the Capitol. The ceremony, of course, moved from its usual outdoor location because of the extreme cold weather currently hitting Washington, DC. A very wise move indeed, as our correspondents who are outdoors will tell us later. The same place, of course, 4 years ago, was stormed by supporters of Trump on his provocation, who refused to accept that he'd lost the 2020 election. In November, Trump won the 2024 election, beating the Democrat Kamala Harris by a margin of 312 votes to 226 in the Electoral College, and by a much narrower margin of 49.9% to 48.4% in what is referred to as the popular vote. The upshot sees Trump hold a majority in both houses of Congress and a majority on the Supreme Court. So does this mean that nothing now can stand in the way of Donald Trump and his America First agenda? We'll be discussing this and all the issues with our guests. Here in the studio, in the first hour of the program, we're joined by Nita Wiggins, lecturer at Sciences Po and author of the book Civil Rights Baby. Her story of race, sports, and breaking barriers in American journalism. Nita, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mark.
On the other side of the studio, but not necessarily against. It's not like that. It's not that kind of program. Fred Hoffman of Democrats Abroad. Fred, great to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
On the other side, and perhaps these two might disagree, but I'm sure they'll disagree in a very friendly way. John Lowe of Republicans Overseas. Thank you, sir, for being with us.
Thank you.
Last but not least by any stretch of the imagination, Kerevan Gorgeous-Stani, our former Washington correspondent. She's been following the whole story for us, well, basically from the midterms onwards to beyond, and now here, watching everything as it unfolds. Kerevan is working her socks off. But out in the freezing weather in Washington, we have Fraser Jackson, our Washington correspondent. Fraser, great to see you. Fraser Jackson there, as you can see, with the Capitol behind him. Fraser, tell us about your day. Tell us about what's been happening. Give us your sense of the occasion.
It's been an interesting day, really. We've seen, a lot of ceremony, a lot of tradition almost, and some slight departures from tradition as well. It's kind of started earlier. We saw the Bidens welcoming the Trumps to the White House. They had a tea together. We know that there's one unofficial tradition that Joe Biden has engaged in this time around, which is leaving a presidential letter on the Resolute desk in the Oval Office for Donald Trump, something that Donald Trump did do for Joe Biden during the transition 4 years ago, albeit he didn't attend the inauguration. And of course, Obama did it in turn for Trump back in 2017. We then saw, a very kind of poignant and symbolic transfer of power in the Capitol. And then that was kind of followed by a very kind of dark almost speech by Donald Trump, especially the speech that he gave to his supporters in the overflow room next to the rotunda of the Capitol. A real kind of departure from those kind of unifying speeches that we are used to hearing in this kind of ceremony. Of course, Donald Trump famously gave his speech about American carnage when he first took office 8 years ago, and it was a similar vein, but almost darker in some ways. A really seemingly vindicated Donald Trump, who now knows where all the buttons are. He knows how this office runs, and he's going to be hitting the ground running as we'll be exploring with those executive orders.
Indeed, those executive orders to come. Fraser Jackson for now. Thank you very much indeed. Fraser there in the cold in Washington. Just, Fraser, before we leave you, what is the temperature right now? Is it -11 or something like that?
It's not as cold as that. Honestly, Mark, to you, I will say it's actually much warmer than we were anticipating. We were expecting about -12. My app at the moment says -3, feels like -9. I don't know whether it's just because I have about 15 different layers on, but honestly, with the sun, it doesn't feel that bad. I've spoken to a couple of journalists and a couple of people who are the Donald Trump supporters who are around, who actually say that if the ceremony was like this, then they think they could have been held outside itself. Donald Trump and Mike Johnson have both said that it's freezing, have continued to say that it's too cold to hold outside. But honestly, having been outside for the last 3 or 4 hours, it doesn't feel as that cold to me.
Stalwart job, Fraser. Thank you very much indeed. We've got also Douglas Herbert and Catherine Rose-Trent in the environs, as we say. We'll be joining them as we go through the programme. Fraser, stand by and keep yourself connected. We'll be coming to you as soon as we possibly can. I think all in all, the right decision was made to move the proceedings indoors. Definitely.
Who was the president who died shortly after having suffered through a very cold inauguration?
William Henry Harrison.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sure.
I thought it was Ted. But we did have a president die, so...
It was the right move,
It was.
John,
yes.
can I start with you?
Go ahead.
Can I just ask you before we begin the whole process, are you a MAGA Republican or an old-school Republican or what? Where do you stand in the Republican Party?
I'm a Republican. I think there's a lot of good about the MAGA Republicans. I'm a little skeptical about some things. And actually, one thing I would have to say that is not coming out with the executive orders, the 200 or so that are coming out, and I think I just read it before coming over here, is that as opposed to coming off with a whole new slew of tariffs, the operative word is there's going to be a study as to what might be the most appropriate tariff. So, in other words, Trump is now moving from the pre-governing stage into the governing stage. And I think, at least in this respect, I'm seeing a bit of probably reasoning and thinking. And to me, that's a good thing.
John, thank you. Can I bring in Fred just to get his initial comment on that one? Because it strikes me that perhaps you might disagree, Fred.
Déjà, je ne sais pas si c'était une bonne idée de
Can we try it again?
Sorry. I can't believe I just said that.
This is what happens when you look on an international channel and you go from channel to channel, and there you go.
That's too funny.
Fred Hoffman,
So I'll start again. That's very funny.
In English,
I don't know
here we
that
go.
it was a good idea to move the. I'm just kidding. To move the ceremony inside. No, but I find it interesting. In all honesty, I found it very dark and very somber, and very negative. And one thing that John just said is, to me, it's not moving from pre-governing to governing, it's lying. He lied during his campaign. He said he was going to put 25% tariffs. He said he was going to decrease the price of groceries and the price of gas. Now he's saying, oh, but we're not sure that we can actually decrease the price of eggs, especially there's now the bird flu. But to me, it's not that. It's, first of all, a lot of promises. So let's follow those, not just the next couple of days, but long term.
Okay, quickly, let's go back to Washington with Douglas Herbert, our international affairs commentator, is standing in the cold. Doug, we've come to you so you can get back in the warm. Give us your sense of what you've been hearing, what you've been seeing. We've obviously got Donald Trump now coming into a position where perhaps he has the power to do almost everything he wants.
Yeah, he has a power, Mark, and he's also, perhaps more significantly, he seems to feel validated. He's talked a lot about the mandate he has from the American people. He sees himself as now having, if anything, even more legitimacy and even more of a blank check, if you will, to push his agenda, which is now, let's make no bones about it, an agenda which is not going to face pushback or resistance, anything on a par with what we saw in his first term, when there were still people around him in his circle, both his inner circle, but his not inner circle, who would say, Mr. President, you might want to reconsider that, or Mr. President, the reality of this is that he doesn't have those voices anymore. This is a man, I've said, is now in full stride, a full sense of his own self-conviction and his own sense of validation. What I heard in this speech was strikingly similar to what I heard when I was standing on a rooftop not far from here 8 years ago during his first inaugural address, the famous American Carnage address. Now, at that time, you know, everyone was talking about how dark and sinister and dystopian it is, how much of a break it was from the precedent of inaugural speeches where you're supposed to, or at least the precedent has been, you give some sort of optimistic, some sort of hopeful message. You hit lofty themes. That is at least the tradition. He broke from that then, and he broke from that again today. You know, it's interesting because in the moments before he stepped up to the podium to give this address, this what I've been calling American Carnage Redux. Before that, Amy Klobuchar, who was a Democrat, who had been the head of the one of the heads of the inaugural committee, spoke in the Capitol Rotunda, right in front of Trump, about the need for a generosity of spirit in a very polarized and divided America, the need to be civil among people. And you might have thought that if anything was going to sink in with that message, there might have been some form of outreach, some form of humility, some form of trying to strike a tone of conciliation in this speech. There was not only no conciliation in this address, and I'm not trying to be overly pessimistic about it or be hyperbolic in saying how dark it was, but there was also a savage targeting, if you will, of his opponents. We were speaking this morning before he made the address about the fact that those who have been dared to be critical of Trump, to say a dissenting word about his policies or his administration or the people around him, they are going to be in the crosshairs potentially of this new administration, literally in the judicial crosshairs. We saw no sign today, just the opposite, that those people are going to be cut a break. In fact, after the inaugural address, Mark, in the more so-called informal comments that he made in the Capitol Rotunda to his supporters, so-called private, off-the-cuff comments, he really laying into those most prominent critics of his and insinuating that they really are next in the line of rhetorical fire here. Liz Cheney calling her a crying lunatic. Mark Milley, former Joint Chiefs of Staff. These are people who were by name targeted by Trump in these comments. So if these people went in saying, you know, these people who say, watch what Trump does, not what he says. Don't exaggerate. The man isn't going to do half of his agenda. I would say that anyone who put hope in that, put stock in that, watch what he does, not what he says. I'd still say what he said today was rather chilling, especially if you're someone, whether it be a journalist, an activist, a member of a human rights group, a member of a government agency that's ever said a cross word about Donald Trump. Today, in Donald Trump's America, you are not just potentially, but by Trump's own definition and own statements today, you are in the crosshairs. You better watch out.
Dr. Serbert, our international affairs commentator in Washington, in the cold. Thank you, sir, for that first thought on what's been said at the inauguration, the words of Donald Trump. Doug being very, finding it very bleak and pessimistic. Doug now going to warm himself up before his next stint with us in around about an hour's time. Let's get back to our guests here in the studio. And let me remind you who we have. Nita Wiggins, lecturer at Sciences Po, author of the book Civil Rights Baby, her story of race, sports and breaking barriers in American journalism. Fred Hoffman from Democrats Abroad, John Lowe from Republicans Overseas, Kedevan Gorgistani, our former Washington correspondent, who's been following the whole story for us. Kedevan working her socks off as always. I'm sorry to have cut you off there because we needed to get our correspondents on so they could get warm again. They've had a really tough day. Nita, can I bring you in to get your first thoughts?
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you that in 2009, I was at the first Obama inauguration outside, and it was -2 degrees Celsius. So I understand getting the correspondents on so they can warm up.
As you're speaking, we're seeing Donald Trump about to sign an executive order. Please continue, Nita.
Okay. Well, let me start with this. For the third time in 40 years, the U.S. presidential inauguration day is the same day as the Dr. Martin Luther King federal holiday. And so part of the American population was also watching the beloved community and hearing words that were not alarming, but hearing words that are boosting people and preparing people for whatever we need to do as a country to live together and to work together and have human rights respected. And the daughter of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King, of course, Bernice King, she said today, quoting her father, "What affects one directly affects all indirectly." And so yes, I heard words that were alarming to me, nothing specifically targeting me, but that means that it all targets me because when my fellow citizens are in the crosshairs or facing danger because of policies or policing or whatever that might be, that expands beyond the people who are name-checked. As I've heard people tonight mentioning that the new president name-checked people, and that makes more people vulnerable beyond those people who are specifically called out.
I'm going to load this question, and people say I shouldn't, but I'm going to load this question. When you see the acronym MAGA, do you think Make America Great Again, or is it really behind that, Make America White Again?
I think it is an acronym that promotes white supremacy because to go back to a previous time when I was born into a country in which I didn't have the right to vote, being born in 1964. And so I didn't have full citizenship rights written into law upon my birth. Neither did Kamala Harris, by the way. And so Make America Great Again goes back to a time when there were lesser opportunities. The Fair Housing Act had not been passed. The Voting Rights Act had not been passed. Women didn't have the right to do what they wanted to do with their bodies. And so making America great again doesn't mean that people who look the way I look necessarily had a great opportunity or equal opportunity. People survived and thrived and succeeded, of course, but why do we have to keep putting up those obstacles to some people? Why do some people from their communities, and it could be any number of communities, why do those people have to fight more to live with full humanity?
John Lowe, can I bring you in on that one?
Yes, I have
sir.
to say I am in total disagreement with what Nita is saying. You know, I think Make America Great Again is to make America a great place. We've suffered through 4 years of very tough years under Joe Biden. High inflation, completely out of control southern border, actually all borders. We have lots of conflict going on around the world. What Joe Biden did, pulling out of Afghanistan, basically opened up the barriers to what happened in the Middle East, in Ukraine. We have to really get back to making America strong again. We have to bolster the defense. We have to bolster the economy. We have to pay attention to energy. And we do have to make sure that our immigration laws are respected and adhered to. And this is what Donald Trump is going to be doing as he signs his first executive orders. He is paying attention to what's going on immigration. He is strengthening our controls, and he is basically reestablishing law and order in the United States.
Before I let Fred in, can I just ask you, John, do you recognize that people see when Donald Trump talks about, white nationalism, when he talks about making America
Well,
great,
he has not used the word. He has not. I'm going to push back on that.
Please do.
He has not used the word white nationalism. What he did say last night is he said we're going to be moving away from diversity, equity, and inclusion. He said we're going to move towards a country where meritocracy matters again. And that's something that it's not been talked about for many, many years. And I think when he is talking about making these changes, where he is really going to be making these changes is in the administration, in the government, the governing bodies of the United States.
So meritocracy, this is the man who, when Ron DeSantis said he needed someone to replace Marco Rubio as senator, he recommended immediately his daughter-in-law. People might see that as basically sycophancy or nepotism rather than meritocracy. Would you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree.
Okay.
Because the country is too big to pay attention. I mean, there will always be some but frankly, it's happened throughout the history. I mean, Joe Biden put all his buddies into place. The ambassador in Italy was a former friend of his from Delaware. I mean, it's all over the place. So
I hear what you're saying completely, Fred.
Wow, I don't even know where to start. First of all, I just wanted to go back. You look beautiful, by the way, because you said something about the way that I look, and I think you look beautiful.
Thank you so much.
He did mention Martin Luther King in his speech, and I actually was annoyed with what he said, because he said, we will make that dream a reality. And that to me is like the farthest from my reality, and I think the reality of a lot of people, because he does not have the same dream that Martin Luther King had. That's the first thing I want to say. I want to remind people that our new president is a convicted felon, and he is a sexual predator, and he is a fraudster, and he continues to lie. So
this isn't
it's very hard
this is law
for me
saying this, isn't it? I'm just clarifying
this is
for people
law.
who maybe
Yes.
don't, haven't been following it, because some people perhaps haven't. This is law saying
And the
this,
other
not you.
thing which has been proven over years, and not just the last 4 years, is how many during his administration and during the last 4 years, how many times he lied. So how are we supposed to believe anything he has to say? And that is really what I feel. Because already he's going back on things. If you listen to some of the speech, every once in a while when he was actually on teleprompter, it sounded like he was trying to be a little bit like, I want to unify. Then he goes off teleprompter. He was in campaign mode. All the things about making America great again, but then excluding people, force with the military to get people out of the country. We saw what happened the last time when he separated families, put people in cages. I mean, Obama, there was a lot of people out of the
you know
states
very well,
deported.
Fred, that started with the Obama administration.
But not it's the way it was done.
It did start with the Obama.
And I was just going to say, but there were how many millions of people that Obama had leave the country? It was the way it was done also. And now it's very threatening what we're hearing, especially this week coming up, supposedly in Chicago, that they're going to, who's going to be? Is it going to be ICE? Etc. Is it going to be the military? It's very threatening, it's very negative, and it's hard to believe.
Kevin Gurjanati is itching to get in, but first, let's take a look at a report on Donald Trump, on the character that some people say, given what Fred has just been talking about, perhaps isn't the right kind of person to be leading the United States. And clearly, John Lowe would disagree. Let's take a look at our report.
In In one of his final tirades on the campaign trail, Donald Trump lashed out at his adversary, Kamala Harris.
We can't stand you. You're a shit vice president. The worst. You're the worst vice president. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired.
More radical than ever, the culmination of a character Trump has been building his entire life. Donald John Trump was born into great wealth. His father, Fred Trump, a real estate baron who had built an empire on federally subsidized housing. Young Donald would take advantage of the privilege throughout his youth.
Going into adulthood, money was still handled by his father. His father worked to get him out of the draft to go to Vietnam. And so we see someone who has lived in a bubble in which responsibility and consequences just never existed.
Fresh MBA in hand, young Trump joined his father's real estate empire. But the son had new ideas to expand the business. Hotels, casinos, an airline, book deals.
He fascinates me. And as a curiosity seeker, I wanted to say that I saw him so I can tell the people of Wisconsin that I saw Donald Trump in person.
Between ambition and delusions of grandeur, he forged a reputation as a brash business genius, one that would eventually see him cast as the ultimate mogul in his own reality TV show.
You're fired.
But the facade masked a litany of failures. His Atlantic City casinos went through multiple bankruptcies, his Trump University accused of defrauding its students. By 2016, he had been involved in more than 4,000 legal cases. The longtime owner of the Miss America pageant, Trump also gained infamy for his misogyny.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
As his third wife, Melania, recovered from giving birth, Trump allegedly cheated on her with porn star Stormy Daniels. Multiple women have accused him of sexual assault, but scandals that would have ruined the careers of others seem to have had little effect on Trump.
Donald Trump has been able to completely avoid any accountability, and his strategy for doing that has always been to never admit any fault, never admit any mistakes, and to completely always push the case against his opponents.
To his business adversaries from 2015 on, he would add political ones.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
Thus would begin a campaign without historical precedent, as Trump became the first social media candidate. In thousands of tweets, he addressed Americans directly, and it worked. One by one, he vanquished his rivals to become the Republican nominee. The Trump playbook first demonized the mainstream media.
CNN is terrible. Are you a CNN? You people do not cover us accurately at all.
And then his Democratic rival, Hillary Clinton.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
A strategy that paid off as Trump was elected president on November 8, 2016.
I, Donald John Trump.
Trump entered the White House with a goal.
We will make America great again.
And a willingness to throw his weight around on the international stage.
I'm very consistent. I'm a very stable genius.
With America First, Trump took a hard line with both European allies and arch-rival China, launching a multi-front trade war. But he was notably mild with the U.S.'s traditional adversaries, like Vladimir Putin's Russia.
But I think we will end up having an extraordinary relationship.
And Kim Jong-un's North Korea, where Trump made a historic visit.
Big moment. Big progress.
But trouble would eventually catch up to the president. In 2019, he was accused of pressuring Ukraine's president to launch an investigation into the son of his political rival, Joe Biden. The House of Representatives launched impeachment proceedings, and Trump became only the third president in American history to be impeached.
The actions taken to date by the president have seriously violated the Constitution.
The Republican-led Senate, though, would acquit him. In 2020, Trump faced off against Joe Biden in a deeply polarized America.
Will you shut up, man? Listen,
Biden was victorious, but Trump refused to let go of power, and his term ended in chaos.
We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I love Pennsylvania Avenue. And we're going to the Capitol.
On January 6, 2021, American democracy was shaken as Trump supporters stormed the Capitol. The president impeached once again, and once again he avoided conviction. Out of office, though, his legal troubles continued to mount. Charges of classified document theft, a massive civil judgment for sexual assault, and in the Stormy Daniels affair, felony convictions on 34 counts, a first for a former U.S. president. Donald Trump was backed into a corner, but once again the Republican nominee. Indicted in 2023, his mugshot was leaked to the media. Trump's campaign repurposed it into an icon, plastering it on merchandise used to finance his new run for the White House. Never confess, never surrender, always bounce back. The mantra of Donald J. Trump.
Brian Cohen with that report. Reaction from our guests in a moment. Let's go straight to Washington. Catherine Norris-Trent is our reporter there who's been out and about on the streets, basically taking the temperature. We know in terms of weather it's freezing cold. But tell us what's been said by the people that you've been talking to, Catherine.
Well, hi there, Mark. You're right. The temperature is below freezing. I have 6 layers of clothing on. But in terms of the people we're speaking to, they may be cold, but they are very, very excited today, the Trump supporters out on the streets. They've come to Washington from all over the US and abroad occasionally. We've seen people from South Korea and Brazil who just love Donald Trump. We've spoken to people from California, from Iowa, from Texas. And basically, they just wanted to come and be in the city. Lots of them very disappointed, of course, that they couldn't get onto the mall, that the inauguration was not held outside, that they couldn't get a glimpse, however distant, of the president. Many of them were queuing up this morning to try and get into that Capital One arena, but of course, so many didn't make it. And they've been out here on the streets trying to soak up the atmosphere. And there was still quite a party atmosphere among them, I have to say, because people are so happy that he's been elected. His supporters are out. And now they're not the traditional residents of Washington, D.C., many of whom have left town, actually, for the occasion. Donald Trump only got 7% of the vote here during the election. And I've spoken to people who've come here for the first time in their lives. And there was perhaps a feeling of revenge among some of them, that they'd come back, they were happy that Donald Trump is back in the White House now, and they were saying, this is our territory, this is our capital city, and we are here and we're going to make some noise.
And what are they hoping, above all, that Donald Trump is going to do for them?
So when we've been speaking to the Trump voters, basically there are several things that come up as priorities. The economy. People telling us they do not have enough money. One young guy we spoke to this morning said he wanted to be able to put as much gas in his car and drive as much as he wanted without having to think about his wallet. Then there's immigration. You know, Trump's discourse on closing the borders, that has really hit home clearly among Trump voters. That's one of the things that comes up. Some people worked up about things like transgender issues. There are people telling us that, you know, they agree with him on that they want an end to political correctness, as they call it. But a lot of people just seem to really like him. They think of him as a strong leader, and they believe everything he says. So, you know, we've heard all kinds of things this morning from different supporters. But for him, you know, for them, Donald Trump is the man, and they don't believe any of the reporting, any of the facts against him. And if you ask them about some of the more controversial things he said, they just dismiss those out of hand. They do not care.
Catherine Norris-Trent, a reporter on the streets of Washington, speaking to supporters of Donald Trump as they've arrived for the inauguration, which of course was moved indoors because of the extreme cold. Catherine, go warm yourself up. We join you again in about an hour's time. Thank you very much indeed. Back to the studio where we have waiting Nita Wiggins, Fred Hoffman, John Lowe, Kevin Gorgistani, who's been quiet so far, but believe me, she has many things to say. Thank you. for all the work you've been doing, watching everything as it evolves. It's absolutely fantastic. I was going to ask you about the difference between working as a correspondent in Washington under the end of the Trump era and in the Biden era, but I know you've got something you want to say first. Go ahead.
I just wanted to touch up on the question of the economy and immigration, because Catherine spoke about it, but this was something in the second speech that Trump gave, where he said immigration is the priority, not inflation. This is a little bit of a flip from the campaign where, yes, immigration was a huge part of it, but the economy and ending inflation was what he said. I will end inflation on day one. That was his promise. Of course, we all know that you don't end inflation as easily as that. And you're seeing that Trump is sort of turning it a little bit to focus more on the immigration. And we'll see that most of the executive orders that he signs today are going to be focused on immigration. And he's going to focus on immigration first, because concretely, this is where you can have the first actions. We might see some of the first raids tomorrow in Chicago if the reporting is right. We might see the troops at the border tomorrow if it actually goes through. Whereas acting on bringing down the prices is going to take a little bit more time if he actually manages to do it. And one other thing I would say is that there is a core of Trump voters who very much want to see that immigration issue fixed. But there are a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump that hadn't voted for him before. A lot of people, and I was here earlier when Catherine was interviewing some other people, who the first thing that came out of their mouth, I want him to put more money in my pockets. That's what they want to see first. And we're seeing that Donald Trump is focusing a little bit more on the economy right now, because he knows, and his administration knows, that ending inflation is not going to happen on day one, and it's going to take time. And I don't think he has that much time. One guest earlier on in the day was saying he probably has a sort of honeymoon period of 8 to 9 months where he needs to do a lot, because he promised a lot. And I've been getting emails from the Trump-Vance transition team at the time throughout the day, promises made, promises kept. He made a lot of promises. He's going to be probably be looked at by the people who voted for him, waiting to see if their promises are kept.
But if at the end of the day they put their hands in their pockets and they pull them out like that, and
there's no money,
they're going to feel quite aggrieved.
Yeah, but a couple of things. First of all, curbing inflation takes time.
Exactly.
People are going to say, people have been saying, economists have been saying that the cut of 50 basis points in September by the Federal Reserve probably was an overreaction. There are going to be no cuts for the rest of this year, probably. What Donald Trump is doing, and frankly, this is where his emphasis is going to be, is on basically deregulating the regulations that Joe Biden put in to basically hamstrung the economy and slowed it down. He's going to create an economy where growth is the objective, and that is what is going to produce benefits for Americans. And that is why he will put a lot of effort into deregulation, freeing up the energy section, and actually improving our commercial relations with partners around the world. And that will entail the threat of tariffs and actually the implementation of tariffs.
Tariffs could lead to inflation, which is exactly what he's trying to
But
stop.
as I told you when I first came in here, they're not stupid. They understand that. But there are benefits that can be gained from that as well. So it will be done, and it will be done carefully.
I'm looking at tradingeconomics.com. Inflation in the US in December is 2.9%. December 2024, 256,000 jobs were created. Yeah. Biden left Trump unemployment figures of 6%, they're down to 4.1%. So that looks as though Biden's done an okay job, in spite of course, the unhappiness of the electorate.
Frankly, on unemployment, employment, that is pretty good in the United States. The economy is not doing badly in the United States right now. Inflation is still a bit higher than it should be.
And can I let Anita then, Fred? Is that okay? I'll come back to you.
Please go ahead.
Yes. Let me talk about black wealth. because one of the pledges of the Trump-Vance administration is to reduce the administrative state and reduce federal jobs. And the federal workforce is where Black families have been able to gain employment, the parents have gained employment, and then they climbed the social ladder or even climbed the economic ladder. And currently, of the federal workforce, 18% is made up of Black workers, which is higher than the 13 or 14% of the Black population. Also, with the federal workforce, 44% is made up of women. And women and minorities have been able to have a more meritocratic opportunity on the job and to climb into management and make more money. And so Black wealth will be hampered if this administrative state and if the federal jobs are reduced, because that is where Black families have been able to gain an economic footing and have more of an opportunity instead of in private practice, but in government jobs to be able to climb socially and economically.
Brad?
No, I just wanted to go back to what John said, which is good. I'm happy that you recognize that the economy is actually in a good place. And in fact, Trump is inheriting a very good economy with increased jobs, decreased inflation, decreased unemployment. So he's going to now, and in fact, there was an article the other day.
But there are still...
Let me just finish, John. Let me just finish. There was an article the other day about the IMF saying that the United States is going to continue to overperform in the coming year. Now, you know that Trump is going to say that he did that. He's not looking at what has been done for that to take place. The other thing is in terms of wealth and in terms of the people who want to see more money in their pockets, I watched several times when they changed the location to be inside. These people who traveled from all over the United States, who paid hotel rooms, who brought their kids, for not just to see him, but it was historic. I understand that. And then they felt like, we spent all this money, and a lot of them don't have this money, and now we're going to be going to be able to see him. And there was one farmer that said, you know what? When the cows need to be fed, if it's cold or not, we don't have that choice to move in. And so I think, and there was one other thing that was said today that it was definitely off teleprompter, when he was talking about the fires in California and how many homes were lost, and he was putting blame on, of course, Biden and Gavin Newsom, et cetera. And then he said, and there were even these billionaires' homes, and some of them are sitting here today with me. It's terrible that they're, so he's thinking only about the rich people that he can use and that he's surrounded with and himself, and he doesn't give a flying crap about the real American. That's my feeling.
John.
Okay, I will disagree with that basically completely. But I will also say...
Does he care more about rich people than poor people?
No, I think frankly, the reason Trump actually won is he won the vote of the lower middle class.
Right, because he lied to them. Right, because he lied to them. Yeah.
Let me speak, please.
Okay.
No, they remembered the 4 years of the Trump presidency, and that was an era. That was an era where the people at the bottom end of the scale, including blacks, Hispanics, lower income whites, actually did better than the rest of the company. Their wages were increasing more than the rest of the company. They remember that. And I will also say
it's not a company, it's a country.
What?
You said company. It's not a company, it's a country.
Thank you.
Is that a Freudian slip?
but
for everyone else to judge.
But I will also say he is facing some economic problems. For example, we are paying more on our debt now than we spend on national defense. With interest rates where they are, we have to be very careful.
John, what was the
government spending will have to be controlled.
What was the debt that Donald Trump left? $8 billion.
Fred, I understand the debt he left. It was increased astronomically. It was increased astronomically during the Biden administration.
But Donald Trump wants to, which is very interesting because that's where you see a little bit of the sort of divisions within the Republican Party, because we talked a lot about the Democratic big tent, but there was also a big tent for the Republicans for Donald Trump, voting for Donald Trump. And you're already seeing over the budget, the sort of fight over the budget where Donald Trump was like, get rid of the debt ceiling, get rid of all of this. And you had some very conservative fiscal Republicans who said, wait a minute, we've been saying for decades that we need to reduce debt, and you're now telling us that you want to remove the debt ceiling. So I think that's going to be interesting going forward, is to see how those two sides or different sides of the Republican Party.
You're absolutely right. There are going to be some tensions. A good example of that is the SALT deduction. There are a number of representatives and senators from the East Coast, high taxing states, who want to bring back this state and local tax deduction from your income, which was basically knocked out in the first Trump administration. They want to bring it back. And that is going to be a big bone of contention because go ahead.
Sorry, Nina's itching to get in. And
go ahead.
Can I just correct myself?
Yes,
it was
Fred.
8 trillion, not 8 billion debt.
I was going to say,
Excuse me.
billion sounded
Trillion.
low, but...
Sorry.
It's trillions now, not
Because I was
billions.
thinking in French.
Again, problems of working on an international channel. Fred Hoffman of the Democrats abroad. John Lowe of Republican Overseas. Ken Avignon, of course, our own star. But next is Nita Wiggins, lecturer at Sciences Po, author of the book Civil Rights Baby. Go ahead.
What I wanted to get back to was the nominees and policies, because there's a lot of conversation, sure, but there is a nominee for Labor, and it's kind of funny to me that President Trump is doing something that Franklin Delano Roosevelt did with the nominee for the Labor Department. So when Frances Perkins was nominated by FDR, she was the first woman as the Labor Department secretary. And so Donald Trump has nominated a Republican woman, but this person actually has policies that are accepted by all families who want a stronger base of the Union. And so the nominee is named Lori Chavez Redeemer, and she was a business owner in Oregon and was elected to the House of Representatives for one term. And she should sail through to approval simply because her platform really is to strengthen the protections of unions. And I hope at this table, anyway, there's a recognition of what union contracts can do for the pockets, like when Mark emptied his pockets to show there was nothing there.
Sure, I had nothing.
But it is often a union position that can help a family get its footing. And I'm not talking about moving necessarily to the middle class. I'm talking about being on a lower rung economically and getting a foothold, and then with that personal work and grit climbing. And this secretary, if approved, might be someone who does work in a way that helps people of all persuasions.
OK, cards on the table. I've always been a union member, and I've even led strikes. So that's me getting all that out in the open. Fred Cadavan, go. Fred, go ahead.
No, I think that's good. And I'm glad that there's at least one nominee that is going to be helpful for the American people, as opposed to people who've been, accused of sexual, aggression and many other things illegal.
You're talking about Donald Trump there, aren't you?
I'm talking about not just him, but how about Pete Hegsworth?
Hegseth. Thank you.
Hegsworth.
It's good to get these things out on the table so people don't
because
know.
a lot of his nominees are very controversial. I mean, I remember, first of all, Matt Gaetz, who, thank goodness, stepped away from the nomination because he's a sexual predator as well. You saw the report that came out. Not just sexual predator, but it's just kind of good he stepped away from government. Pam Bondi, who has been nominated, I remember years ago when she was the Attorney General of Florida, she's a big homophobe. She was against gay rights, gay marriage, making it harder for people to vote, especially black people in Florida. I mean, so if you start looking at each, Tulsi Gabbard, who is like a Russian asset. I mean, his nominees
Tulsi Gabbard
for
is
me,
meant to be in charge
The
of
Director of National Intelligence.
Yeah.
which is just so absurd. You're putting, I mean, even the fact of Hegseth, to think that it would be like if you told me you did your military service and Macron said, you know what, I want you to be the Minister of Defense. I mean, that's what it's
That would be by
like.
sole
You
qualification.
know, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, these people are going to be running, you know, ministries, if you want, departments that they're not qualified to do.
John, why does Donald Trump go for this kind of personality?
Okay, I think what you've done is you've picked Tulsi Gabbard and the labor secretary. I'm gonna ignore the name, but he's basically paying off some political debts with those. And I would say Robert Kennedy probably fits.
Is that acceptable,
let me continue.
John?
I think he's picked some very good ones. I think Pam Bundy is an excellent choice. I think Pete Hegseth is an excellent choice. He'll do it. Well, let me speak, Fred. I think he will do. He's a very qualified. He's a very intelligent
to run the
person.
Defense Department.
This is the gentleman from Fox News.
You got to be.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the gentleman from. But the Defense Department is in need of a complete
can I just ask you one
turnaround.
question,
We
John?
have Marco Rubio moving into the
Can I ask you a
Department of
question?
State.
Why is Hegseth qualified?
Because he will change the Department of State.
No,
the
what's
Department of
those aren't
Defense.
qualifications.
It doesn't matter.
You just said he's qualified. What are his qualifications?
He's intelligent, and he knows, and he knows what the problems are. And he did very. Did you listen to his testimony? Did you listen to his testimony in front of the Senate? And he came off very, very well.
To who?
I listened as well, and I thought it was interesting that Senator Sheldon Whitehouse said to Mr. Hegseth, you are qualified to be the spokesperson for the Department of Defense,
right,
but not the cabinet level Secretary of Defense. And I will say that I worked at a Fox channel in Dallas, Texas for 9 years. And when Mr. Hegseth talked about the non-disclosure agreements or said that those accusations were unsigned, I know how it works with these agreements that are unsigned when a woman in particular feels that something illegal happened or definitely something incorrect. And to sign a non-disclosure agreement doesn't mean that nothing happened. And during the 5 hours that I listened to of this hearing, yes, that was repeatedly the answer. Those are rumors, those are unsigned allegations. Well, sometimes that is the way it spills out when there is a non-disclosure agreement. And that is disqualifying.
But you know, one of the comments, and I think it was from the chairman of the committee that was leading the hearing for Pete Hegseth, one of his first comments was to compare Pete Hegseth to Donald Trump. And I think therein lies why he was chosen by Donald Trump. He said, you're an unconventional nominee. And maybe that is what makes you good for this job. You know who else was unconventional? The man who came down the elevator in 2015 and became the president of the United States. That was the message of the Republicans. And I believe that that is exactly why Donald Trump picked Pete Hegseth. He picked someone who had military experience, and that he didn't just do his military service. He is actually decorated military man, which doesn't make you necessarily fit to lead a department that has 3 million people. But I'm talking about the reasons why Donald Trump picked him. He is a man of on the ground, and Pete Hegseth said it, someone with dust on his boots. He is someone who is unconventional. He is someone, and everyone knows that Donald Trump pays close attention to how good you are on TV. And Pete Hegseth, as we've talked about, was an anchor on Fox News, and you could see it in the hearing. He was good at answering questions. He was good at dodging questions. He looked good on TV, and this is what Donald Trump wants.
I feel that's who is the audience, because when I'm watching that, as an educated man, Democrat, I'm older than you, so I've been, I lived a long time in the States before coming here. I didn't think that about him. I don't see him that way.
No, but he's good for the people who don't know. For example, who know a little bit about foreign policy, when he was asked by one of the senator, can you name one of the countries that are members of the ASEAN, and he couldn't.
But that's what I mean.
That is a problem. Right. But for the general population.
But that doesn't make him qualified.
No. I'm saying
and
how
with an
it
America
looks.
First policy, and with an increasingly inward-looking government, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter.
But
That
I
should.
would agree with
No, but
the
it doesn't
comment.
matter
He is
to
an
who.
unconventional candidate. And similar, in the same vein, I would say J.D. Vance was somewhat of an unconventional choice
That's a whole
as
other
vice
story.
president. But,
But I think that,
you know,
I think
these
that
are...
the in all these nominees, and I think the union leader is a very odd one, and a lot of people within the Republican Party and within the cabinet, like Elon Musk, maybe not super happy about that pick. I think. But
from what I read, that's the truth. But
the exception really is. Are the likes of Mike Waltz, who's going to be the national security advisor, or Marco Rubio, who are people who have years and years of experience in their field, who are recognized by both the Democrats and the Republicans as people who know. Then they disagree on policy, and you could see the hearing with Marco Rubio that it was the one hearing where it was about policy. Pete Hegseth's hearing had zero policy.
Because Rubio is one of the only people that's actually qualified.
But
yet I don't respect, excuse me, I don't respect him either because he criticized Trump so much years ago. They all did. They're a bunch of hypocrites. They all kissed the ring.
Isn't that a politician thing, though?
I don't think, not in this case. When you hear, you know, we all can go back and look at the things that were said. Yes, it exists. I'm not saying that. But when you think about the terrible things that he said about, you know, Ted Cruz's wife. I mean, it's unbelievable. They all came around. It's like they thought he was more important than their own family. It's just shocking to me. But again, John, you said something which I thought was just kind of funny, and I have to bring it up. You said he was qualified because he was intelligent. Well, I hope so, because I hope we don't have stupid people running the U.S. government.
As I was saying, well.
No, seriously, you did say that.
Stupid. That is an interesting thing. There was a great article in the Wall Street Journal talking about how Joe Biden was stupid when you used the definition. I think it was an Italian writer who wrote the book Cipolla, talking about the grandi stupidad. Talking about the reasons people are stupid. And he basically was saying you have very stupid people who are very smart. So stupidity, you know, there's lots of variations of stupidity. Anyhow.
Mark, can I offer a solution?
Very quickly, because we have to go.
Very quickly.
But please, very quickly.
So $250 million was collected for the inauguration. There is a proposal called the Inaugural Fund Integrity Act, which, if signed, would limit donors to $50,000 per person, per individual. And when I see who was in the space, in the best seating, those are the tech people.
That second row, behind the children of Donald Trump.
Yes, because net neutrality and charging for fast internet is coming up, and that is part of why we do need the Inaugural Fund Integrity Act.
And what will happen with the money that wasn't spent because they didn't hold it outside? Where does that money go?
They do not currently have a mechanism to track that money. But with the proposed act, there would be tracking of all of that money.
Let's see where that money goes.
Or some of that money would be tracked.
The Speaker of the House of France is telling me to wrap up this debate right now at this point in time. Thanks to my guest, Nita Wiggins from Sciences Po and author of the book Civil Rights Baby. Thanks for being with us. Thank you to Fred Hoffman of Democrats Abroad. Fred, great to see you again. Thank you to John Lowe of Republicans Overseas. Great to meet you, sir. And thank you for answering our questions. And thanks, of course, to Kevin Gorgistani, our own star, who is staying with us throughout the time. While I'm here, she's here. Simple as that. We'll leave you now with some images of the day of the inauguration as it has unfolded. Sights and sounds, no comment.
We've been here since about 5 o'clock this morning. I'm from Middle Tennessee and just wanted to come out, support the president.
This has been the worst 4 years of my financial life, and I'm ready for turn that page get these prices down. We got to make America great again.
I have seen things go from $1 to $6, and as a retailer, I can't make money selling things for $10 that I was selling for $2 just 2 years ago.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Thank you.
President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
Well,
Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
The golden age of America begins right now. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
The images of an historic day in Washington, the inauguration of Donald Trump, President number 47, as well as President number 45. Yes, Donald Trump back in the White House. It's official today. He was sworn in, promising a new golden age. Also drilling for oil everywhere, promising to take back the Panama Canal, as well as the renaming of the Gulf of Mexico, and to plant a US flag on planet Mars. Donald Trump sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. He spoke to restate his America First mantra, starting with these words: "The golden age of America starts now." He then, though, declared a national emergency at the southern border and a Remain in Mexico policy, which he says will be reinforced by American troops. This, it seems, is his immigration policy launch. Trump has also ended legal entry for 1 million migrants with online appointments. On the issue of the economy, Trump's words were drill, baby, drill, his answer to what he calls the national energy emergency. Fair, equal and impartial justice is something he's promising. That's what he's saying about the law. This appears to be fueled by his thought or his feeling that he's been a victim himself of injustice in the wake of his legal convictions. The US will only recognize 2 genders, says Trump, male and female. This will be changed and enshrined in law. Now, this all proclaimed by Trump on his autocue at the lectern inside the Capitol. The ceremony moved, of course, from its usual outdoor location because of the extreme cold weather currently hitting Washington, D.C. It is, of course, the same place where 4 years ago his supporters stormed the premises on his provocation. Trump then refusing to accept that he actually lost the 2020 election to Joe Biden. Now, in November, Trump, of course, won the 2024 election, beating the Democrat Kamala Harris by a margin of 312 votes, 226 in the Electoral College, as it's called, and by a much narrower margin of 49.9% to 48.4% in the popular vote. It's the Electoral College, of course, that counts. The upshot then sees Trump hold a majority in both houses of Congress, as well as a majority on the Supreme Court. So does this mean that nothing now can stand in the way of Donald Trump and his America First agenda? We'll be discussing this with our guests here in the studio, and they are, in no order of preference, but I'm starting with Anne Bagamary, journalist and Paris correspondent of law.com. Anne, thank you very much for being with us. Pleasure. Did I make a mistake?
No, I have retired from law.com. I am still an independent journalist.
But you're still Anne Bagamary, and
that's
good enough for me, because you've been in our studio so many times. You always illuminate when you come in. Great to see you.
Good to see you.
On the other side of our studio, and I'll say it again, not necessarily against, we have Philippe Etienne. Philippe is the former French ambassador to the United States.
Good
so
evening.
Must I refer to you as Monsieur l'Ambassadeur? I shouldn't I, really?
Yes. Yeah, if you want.
Yes.
Is Philippe okay? Is Philippe okay?
It's okay.
You're a good man.
Both are okay for me.
What a great guy. Sitting next to Philippe, we have Maxime Chervaux. Maxime is from the French Institute of Geopolitics.
Exactly.
And that is at the Université Paris 8. Université Paris 8.
Exactly. Perfect.
Great. I'm doing well so far. And of course, last but definitely not least, is Kerevan Gorgisani, our international affairs editor. And as you'll glean from all her words of wisdom, our former Washington correspondent. Kerevan, how are you doing?
I'm good.
You've been on air since
Holding
when?
on. Since 4:30.
She's starting hour number 5 on air. This is fantastic stuff. Fraser Jackson's our correspondent in Washington. He's there in the cold. We'll take him first so he can warm himself up. Fraser, how are we doing?
Same boat as Kerevan.
Now, you've been watching everything unfold. Of course, it is an historic moment by no stretch of the imagination. This is a man who's back in power, and obviously his supporters very happy. I imagine some of them quite unhappy that it all didn't happen outdoors.
Yeah, well, of course, the frigid temperatures expected to hit Washington, D.C. -12 was what we were expecting. It's not quite gotten that cold, but I will say the wind has now picked up slightly, so it is getting a bit chillier. But, of course, the ceremony would have already wrapped by now had it been on the National Mall. It was warmer than we anticipated, but still a very chilly inauguration. The first time now then that this has been held inside since the 80s, since the second Reagan administration, meaning that the thousands of people that were going to originally be watching this have ended up having to be whittled down to a select 600 or so that managed to make it inside the rotunda of the Capitol behind me. And it was a very select list. We saw, of course, Donald Trump's family. We saw former President Barack Obama, notably not joined by his wife Michelle, but we also saw an interesting number of a mix of people as well, from content creators like the Logan brothers to Joe Rogan, whose podcast Donald Trump did in the dying months of the campaign, which really got a lot of views and a lot of eyeballs on his campaign, especially with the younger part of the electorate. We also saw people like Conor McGregor, the former boxer, and then the other end of the spectrum, we saw some tech billionaires who were also invited into this inauguration. We saw Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook and Meta. We also saw the TikTok CEO, of course, TikTok taking over a lot of the headlines in recent days in the United States. We saw Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon. We also saw the CEO of Apple, Tim Cook, as well. So interesting group of people there. I will say I spoke to one very prominent Democratic lawmaker as I was making my way to the Capitol this morning, and they said that they were expecting to be surrounded by oligarchs and billionaires, and it appears that the billionaires certainly were there in force.
Also, I noticed the head of FIFA, the International Football Federation, Gianni Infantino, the US going to stage, of course, the World Cup coming up. When is it?
2026.
2026. There you go. Kevin Goes, like former sports correspondent as well. She has all the answers. Final question to you, Fraser. The situation then as it is, there'll be a lot of people around you who are expecting a lot of answers and a lot of solutions now from Donald Trump.
Yeah, I am glad that I could defer to Kedevan on that World Cup answer. Not gonna lie, not exactly my forte. But there are certainly a lot of people now who are waiting to figure out what's going to happen with the administration. We're kind of waiting with bated breath to figure out what's happening. We are expecting to get an insight into Donald Trump's new policies. Of course, we know that he's prefaced himself, and we've heard from advisors in the administration that he's going to be signing executive orders targeting border security, targeting energy, DEI, LGBTQ issues as well. But notably, one thing that will not be imposed, as far as we are aware this Monday, is those tariffs that Donald Trump ran on. They were a very key part of his campaign. And so far, no word as to when those 25% tariffs, with a further 10% being slapped on China, will be imposed. We're keeping an eye on that as well, because those tariffs were one of the political footballs that were thrown back and forth between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump during the dying stages of the campaign. Of course, the Democrats say that those tariffs are going to end up increasing the cost of living for Americans. Donald Trump says that it's going to be a tax paid by foreign governments and foreign entities, and that's why he's creating the External Revenue Service to be able to collect all of that money. But we're still waiting to find out when those tariffs will take place. We will be attending the first White House briefing tomorrow with the new press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, and there will be a lot of questions around those tariffs, I imagine, lobbed at her tomorrow.
Indeed. You said about revenue and stuff. The IRS described Donald Trump as a sophisticated taxpayer, and they couldn't cope with that. You're trying to assess what he owed. Quite an interesting thing to reveal. Fraser, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in Douglas Herbert, our international affairs commentator, who's at a different location, but an equally cold one in Washington. Doug, hope you can hear us. Foreign policy is what we're moving on to now. When Biden got into power, his declaration was America's back. Now Trump, of course, will change things round. What can the world expect?
We don't know what to expect, you know, if we are to go on what we are told. Pundits and commentators, right? People like myself saying, watch what Donald Trump does, not what he says, right? There's often quite a disconnect between his words and his rhetoric and the actual deeds, either because in the past he's gotten some pushback. Maybe he'll get less so now. The real outstanding question is, as Fraser was saying, is how much of this sweeping, this ambitious agenda to, as he sees it, reshape American society, reshape the way American government works, really root and branch reform here. How much of that will he be able to get done? And even the bigger question, going beyond that, you know, yes, he's powerful today. Yes, it's the most improbable political comeback, perhaps, in modern American history. Yes, he's at the peak of his power right now as I stand here speaking. But let's not forget, he is a lame duck president. What do I mean by that? This is his last term. He can't run again unless he were to change the Constitution. You know, can't rule anything out here, right? But he is a lame duck in the sense. In the next 2 years after midterms, the wagons will be circling his opponents and his rivals, and they do exist. They'll start to make their voices more heard. So he has to act quickly, and he has to act now to get his agenda done. Now, the question is, right, it's Martin Luther King Day here. Martin Luther King, the revered civil rights icon from a very different era right now, he once asked, where do we go from here? We meaning America as a nation. And he added 2 words, chaos or community. Depending on which side of the great American divide you stand, you either think that Donald Trump's advent, his return to the White House, his second presidency, is a great milestone day in your life, in Donald Trump's life, in his own presidency. He sees himself as a designated, divinely designated by God, rescuer of the American nation. And his champions, his supporters, embrace that. They believe that. Those are not just empty words when he says it. But for another part of America, Mark, right now, they're watching very warily. They feel that they may be in the crosshairs of a president who, at least in the opening salvo of his presidency, his inauguration speech today, and some remarks afterwards to his supporters at the Capitol, came across as a man who's full of grievance, quite angry, and bent on retribution. But beyond that, someone who thinks he has it in his power to pursue the justice as he sees fit. So these are the two Americas watching Trump through two very different lenses. Which one will win out? It's absolutely impossible for me to predict today. I got Brexit wrong. I called Trump's first election wrong, thought he was surely going to lose. So I am out of the prediction business. But I will tell you that America is watching warily today, and it is watching closely these next steps. I will be watching that press conference tomorrow that Fraser says he's going to. And yes, I too think there are going to be a slew of questions. We won't get clear answers right away. They will be coming in the days and weeks and months to come. Look for signs of pushback and perhaps not being able to act the agenda as quickly as he might want in a Congress where he still has a razor-thin majority.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. Douglas Herbert hanging up his crystal ball and stopping predictions. Thank you, sir. Get yourself warm. You're back on in an hour's time. Douglas Herbert, our international affairs commentator. Foreign policy is what we're turning to now. Anne Benger-Mary, could I bring you in first to talk about this one? I think what Doug said there was quite interesting. All of it was quite interesting, but one line stuck out for me: as he sees fit, talking about Donald Trump. It's all about what Donald Trump wants, what he sees as the deal, what he sees as his advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the advantages that anybody looking at Trump 2.0 has is they've seen Trump 1.0. They've seen his first presidency, and they've seen what he's done in the interregnum. There are some things that you can wonder about whether Trump will be able to enact all of his agenda. I don't have much of a crystal ball either, but there are a lot of roadblocks on the way to it happening like that, which may disappoint quite a few of his followers. After they had to stand out in the cold and not see him, then they're going to have some other disappointment ahead. But I think one thing it's important to remember is this is someone who is really just crystal clear about who he is. He is transactional. It's all about him. I mean, this was an inaugural speech where he talked about himself. Inaugural speeches are supposed to be poetry about the great American project. They're not supposed to be a mix of campaign stump speech where you rile up your base and State of the Union address where you lay out the agenda, the legislative agenda in front of Congress for the next year. This was a mishmash of the two of those things. Where's the line that's supposed to lift us all up and make us feel like we're part of the great American project? It wasn't in there, and it wasn't ever going to be in there, because for Donald Trump, as he has said many times, it's really about what he wants and what he sees fit. The fact that he has persuaded so many people to buy into his idea that what he wants is going to be good for America and good for them is really extraordinary. I'll just stop at that. But what we shouldn't do is think that Trump 2.0 is going to be different from Trump 1.0 in his head. The execution may be very different for a lot of reasons, or it may not be, because as our correspondent pointed out, there are plenty of people who are not totally on board with this. He's got razor-thin majorities in both the House and the Senate. He has a Supreme Court that he thought was going to be 100% behind him, but really isn't if you look at their decisions over the last 4 years. And he's got also the will of the people, who, if they voted for him and believed what he promised, are going to be wanting to see him execute on that. And if they didn't believe in him and are actually going to probably be in some strange way pleased that he's failing, they've got midterm elections in 2 years to make their voices heard again. So, this is someone we kind of know. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. But we kind of know what the spirit is driving it. And we ignore what we know about him at our peril.
And thank you. Bear with us, please. Let's go over the table to Philippe Etienne, former French ambassador to the USA. Thank you, sir, for being with us. I'm really keen to hear what you think about Donald Trump. Anything, any observations, any feelings, any thoughts, please share them with us.
Well, first, thank you for inviting me. I learned something about Donald Trump because I was ambassador when he was president the first time. I think he must. I liked what I read in the U.S. press, which was kind of he must not absolutely be taken literally, but he must be taken seriously, because of course he will not do exactly what he has announced, to invade other territories and so on. But when he speaks about a certain issue, he wants to achieve something with his own method. And this method is to talk directly to the people across the border or wherever, and to achieve something starting from a position which he thinks is a position of strength. This is the reason why he's more comfortable in bilateral relations than in multilateral settings, for instance.
In a sense, that's his way of doing deals.
Yeah, exactly. Now, related to what you just said, I think indeed that he has to show that he achieved some results in the main topics which were at the heart of his campaign. And the first topic which comes to my mind also, or still more after having listened to him today, is migration. This is really the core topic. And he said candidly again in one of his speeches of today that his people had told him, be more on inflation, on economy, less on migration, and he boasted he did the contrary, and he continues. And this is now probably the domain where he will have really to act, and I think it will be one of the main topics related to the executive orders.
Declaring a border emergency.
Yes, he has started, but he will sign executive orders today, or he's signing them. And there will be about migration, about border, but probably also about energy, maybe also about the organization of the Federal Civil Service, which is also something which is really important on his mind. So on all those topics, and also on trade and on the reduction of the deficit and on raising revenues for the federal budget through tariffs, all those issues where he's so keen to achieve politically to achieve results, we'll see. And the perception of his supporters, of his voters, of course, will depend, especially in view of the midterm elections in 2 years, on whether they think that he has delivered or not. And he's a leader who wants to deliver in general. Really.
How did you find dealing with someone like Trump? Because all the ambassadors I've met, you included, there's a lot of intelligence there. There's a lot of sense of how things should be done. Clearly, things are often sort of said behind the scenes. There's kind of a different sort of negotiation, whereas Trump is all, sort of burst into the room, says a lot of things that maybe he means or doesn't mean, and then sort of throws the system out and then sort of calls you a name and walks out. I mean, that must have really grated on you, surely.
No, it is not exactly that. It is his style, indeed. But the negotiations is always about who is the stronger. He has his own style, but to negotiate is also linked to the position you have at the beginning of the negotiation. It is linked to the objectives you announce. It is linked to the room of maneuver you keep. And all of this you find in his style. Again, I agree, he has his own way of doing things, but all of these pieces he wrote a book, published a book, The Art of the Deal.
The Art of the Deal.
And I think he likes this sort of negotiations probably, but anyway, it is possible to negotiate with him. And I have on my mind some issues which we discussed, which were really serious issues during the first mandate. I just give you one example, the fight against terrorism. And, he decided at one point to withdraw the American forces from Syria. And there was a pushback both inside the US and from France and from our president, but other leaders. And finally, he didn't withdraw everybody. We kept forces together to fight. And it was really important because it was to prevent ISIS to be strong again. And so it is possible to discuss, but I recognize, and I said myself, it is a certain type of negotiation and mostly bilateral, of course, transactional, but transactions are everywhere anyway, and trying to start from a really strong position.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed. Just to remind you who we have here in the studio and what we're talking about, it's Donald Trump's approach to foreign policy. Just hearing there from the former French ambassador to the US, that's Philippe Etienne. We have also Anne Bagabari, journalist extraordinaire and great guest here, Francois. Great to see you. On the other side of the studio too, Maxime Chevaux, who is a geopolitics expert at Université Paris 8. Good news from afar is that William Lawrence has just joined us, former State Department officer and now lecturer at the American University. And we have Keravan Gorjestani here in the studio. Before I bring you in, Bill, I'm going to go to Maxime here in the studio. With your geopolitical hat on, sir, give us your sense of what Trump is about on foreign policy. Is there any chance we'll see anything that would resemble what Joe Biden might have done? Because some say there's not that much difference if you analyze what they do.
I mean, it's not so much that there isn't a lot of differences between the two, is that the State Department is not something very easy to move. And foreign policy in the US is a mastodon that you have to move. In terms of foreign policy, what I'm looking at the moment is more the people he's decided to appoint next to him to make the decisions. Because for the moment, with the inauguration speech, what we've seen is that he's putting pressure on Europe by talking about Panama again, by talking about duties, on imports also. So you know, he's raising the stakes of the future negotiations. He's trying also to play on some actors, perhaps against others also, but kind of playing the field for the moment. But in terms of foreign policy, he's made very interesting choices. It remains to be seen if all of them will be approved by the Senate. But Marco Rubio, for instance, from Florida, is not an isolationist kind of person. He's very active in Latin American policy, but also multilaterally speaking, he's very active. But at the same time, he decided to appoint a former Democrat as Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who is actually closer to authoritarian regimes in general. She has had speeches more aligned towards Russia, for instance.
I've heard her called Russia's greatest friend next to Trump.
Exactly. So it will be very difficult, and I think that's part of the point. And I remember during the first term, then, and when Biden was elected, the big difference was that it was very easy to understand what Biden wanted to do because everyone around him wrote a lot during the past 4 years. So their positions are quite clear. For countries like Russia, for instance, it was very easy to see what were the possibilities in front of Biden in the White House. Here, I think it's very different. He's putting smoke a bit everywhere, and then he will decide what is the priority. Will it be Russia? Will it be, on Georgia, for instance, he's invited Zurabishvili to the inauguration, which is something very interesting, knowing that there is a conflict in Georgia at the moment over the legitimate president of the country. So I think it would be, for me, at this point, it's still very difficult to know what's going on, but what will happen. But at the same time, the Senate is also the place where foreign policy will be made during the budget negotiations, but also, foreign policy decisions in general. So, and there, some of the, let's say, older senior Republicans are not fully aligned with the president.
Indeed. So we'll see how that pans out. Keravan, quick word?
I think to add to that, one of the key elements of his foreign policy and one of probably his strengths is his unpredictability. He's not an ideologue. So this thing of he's friends with Putin, so he's always going to side with Putin is not reality. If it's not in his interest, he will turn on Vladimir Putin very fast if he believes that that's not where his interests or the US's interests are. I'm not saying that he's, necessarily going to protect Ukraine, but it's not black and white. It's not he's going to drop Ukraine right away. It's going to be more complicated than that. With China, it's the same thing. We've made a lot of things about his admiration for Xi Jinping, but at the same time, all of the rhetoric on China is extremely tough. And the people, as you said, that he has put around him for foreign policy, Representative Mike Waltz as his national security advisor, and former Senator Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State, they're both very strong China hawks. I mean, Marco Rubio is under Chinese sanctions right now for his support for the Hong Kong protesters. So Marco Rubio is not someone who's going to do buddy-buddy with the Chinese. So I think that the unpredictability is partly what makes his strength. And I think we saw it in the Middle East. Benjamin Netanyahu probably thought that he might have a little bit more leeway, but Donald Trump, who is widely seen, especially his administration, as being extremely pro-Israel, was like, no, no, no. I want to get into office with a deal. I don't care what else you want to do. I want the deal right now. And that's probably partly why we got that deal, even with a little bit of delay. So I think this is how he's going to play, the sort of, you don't know what I'm going to do next because I don't really have an ideology. And so you don't really know where I'm going to go because I'm not necessarily pro-European, but maybe sometimes I'm going to be on the side of the Europeans. I'm, anti-China, but if I can make a deal with the Chinese and it works for us, then I'll turn around and be pro-Chinese. So I think that's where it's very hard to predict what exactly he's going to do.
Politically amoral is the message I'm getting. Let's bring in William Lawrence, and I'll get back to you in a second. Can I just bring in William Lawrence, who's joining us from afar? Bill, always great to have you on the programme. Especially on a night like this when we need your insight into what happens. William Lawrence is a former State Department officer and joining us from the American University there. Tell us your thoughts then, because obviously this will be foreign policy like some people have never experienced it. Will it be different from Trump 1.0? Will Trump 2.0 be completely different? How do you sense things will go?
Well, a lot to say here, and I'm really enjoying this conversation. I'm actually in Algiers. I just came in. I was in Washington, 2 days in Paris, but I spent the whole day at the U.S. Embassy here, and I've been doing inauguration analysis since 4:30, like the others. I came away from the inauguration speech deeply disturbed, even though I know Trump and lived through the first term, know his work. It was the most imperialistic speech I've seen. We've probably had an inaugurational speech in 100 years. It was the most disappointing on race issues. It was a very dystopian vision. It was full of rhetoric, and all the fact checkers are, going crazy because there's all these, inaccurate things. It showed ignorance about tariffs and how they work. It was vengeful. I mean, there was just a long list of very disturbing aspects of the speech, which then create a set of problematics that you guys have been talking about. One is the debates now aren't really Democrats versus Republicans, but Republicans versus Republicans. And just like Trump zigs and zags and is predictably unpredictable, he also goes back and forth between positions, in a way that helps him. And he'll have advisors who are all over the map, in part because he picks them for the wrong reasons and sort of haphazardly. And then, whoever talked to him last often influences the speech he gives, which then may not be his policy because someone else talked to him. And there's a lot of pushback. I mean, there's a lot of institutional pushback within the Pentagon, which won't want to militarize the border and start arresting Americans and deporting millions of immigrants who he called criminals. Most of them aren't. And there's and the State Department won't do this and that, and the police forces won't do this and that, and the Justice Department, even though he wants to dismantle it, will push back, and even the Supreme Court's been pushing back. And so thankfully, despite all of the crazy ideas in the speech, he won't be able to do most of it. I think the main things he'll be able to accomplish that were in the speech was stopping certain things, stopping environmental programs, stopping diversity programs on Martin Luther King Day, even though he said he wants to realize the dream, which was sort of a throwaway point, and stopping other policies that most Americans are okay with, but they voted for him because of grievance politics and liking the reality show. You know, it was quite a show today. And voting, you know, many people who do class analysis, sociologists would say, against their own class interests to sort of thumb their nose at the system and get 4 more years of trolling. I think the most important thing that your guests have said so far is the midterms. So even though Trump is a lame duck, his Republican allies are going to start worrying about losing elections about a year from now. And there's a chance of a blue wave kicking, you know, flipping the Senate and the House quite quickly. And these are the closest Senate and the House at the same time we've had in many decades, which will mean it'll be hard to get any of his agenda through. And of course, this is a filibuster in the Senate, which will block a lot of what he wants to do. And, you know, like creating fake departments like DOJ, which won't even ever exist because it's not a real government department. But we're going to have midterms coming up and Republican politicians that want to get reelected. And they're going to push back harder and harder, you know, over the next year or so. So, you know, it's not the end of the United States. It's a pretty dystopian speech, and a type of rhetoric we've rarely seen, you know, in the last 100 years of American politics. And a lot of people don't even really understand what he's saying. Some of the images, we're in the new golden age. What does that mean? You know, golden ages are usually the way we talk about the past. There was so much rhetoric in the speech that was just misguided, ill-informed, disturbing, populist, far-right mishmash, and leaves us sort of asking the questions your panelists are asking, like what's coming. But one thing is sure is it will look a lot like the first Trump administration: chaotic, unpredictable, driven by interests, you know, as much as his whims, but the interests of those around him, the oligarchs and all that. And again, this is the most oligarchical presidency we've had probably in over 100 years. And so it'll be, you know, be interesting to see, you know, buckle your seatbelts. We're in for a ride here.
William Lawrence, thank you very much indeed. Do stay with us in Algiers. I'm going to show you all now a clip from the Capital One Arena where a rally is continuing. And it's Elon Musk who is now close to Donald Trump, and as William was just saying, will be possibly fronting up this government efficiency department, which William says probably won't ever happen. But here we go. Let's take a look at Elon Musk's behavior on stage at the Capital One Arena.
The elections, they come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one, this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
Okay, Ambassador Mary, I don't know whether that was the kind of salute that really shouldn't ever be executed in a public place, certainly a place of democracy, but that's what it looked like.
You know, after watching all of the pageantry today, especially some of the speeches, I began to wonder if anyone in this new administration, if anyone in the MAGA universe has ever picked up a history book and had any idea about what they were claiming to be and what they were trying to do. I will hazard a guess that Elon Musk didn't realize he was giving a Nazi salute. Okay, that is maybe a 10%, there's probably a 10% chance that I'm right, but it's a possibility that he just didn't know that that was what he was invoking. I'll give you another example. The black minister who spoke at the end, gave the invocation at the end with the other two men of the cloth, stood up there and gave a really rousing kind of gospel-like call, almost a call and response speech that got everybody to their feet and clapping, and Donald Trump told him afterwards he was a star. It was pure Martin Luther King. He picked almost chapter and verse from the I Have a Dream speech, and he gave no acknowledgement of it, and I don't think anybody in the room knew that it was MLK. So I think what we're talking about here when it comes to something like that, as horrific as it is to see someone do that, I think there's an underlying ignorance that you cannot ignore. And it's scary when you think about this person being a heartbeat away from the president. Forget J.D. Vance. This guy's a heartbeat away.
Well, with all the money in his back pocket, he could probably buy off anybody, couldn't he?
And he could buy Greenland, and he could buy TikTok.
He can buy Liverpool Football Club, apparently, for like a fraction of what's in his back pocket.
Not Liverpool, no.
So they don't buy Everton, that's fine. That's my team. But there you go.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to make light of this. It's a horrific thing to see. But I suspect that there are a lot of people who saw that and didn't see Heil Hitler. And
Indeed.
that's even scarier.
Let me just park you there for a moment, Maxime. I need to bring in Catherine Ross-Trent, who's our reporter out and about in the streets of Washington, in the cold, of course. Catherine, I imagine your feet are like ice blocks. You've been talking to lots of Trump supporters. We're debating foreign policy here right now. I can't imagine that foreign policy issues, what's happening abroad, was on the minds of the people you've been talking to.
Now, people are looking forward to the future in America here. And what you've had are thousands and thousands and thousands of Trump supporters who've poured into Washington, D.C. for this day. As you can see, I'm with one of them here. What did you make of Trump's speech today, sir?
It was fantastic. This is what we've been praying for and working for the last 4 years, really the last 8 years. This is the promise to turn around America, make it great again, and the whole world will benefit from this. So.
Now, you yourself, you just told me you're involved. You've been involved in Project 2025. Can you explain to our viewers what that is and what you hope to achieve with it?
That's right. I was the director of Project 2025, and it was really a plan to help the next conservative president be ready on day one, today, in fact, to really move out and take over, reclaim the administrative state for the people. This is a popular sovereignty movement that's sweeping across the U.S., but really across the world. And it's a plan for us to be able to put in place these common sense solutions and really make the will of the people felt here in Washington.
So basically getting rid of government employees if they don't agree with Donald Trump?
It's not getting rid of them. It's making sure that they understand who the boss is. They work. We have 3 branches of government. He's the president, and he's in charge of the executive branch. So, you know, they can either work with the ideas that the people voted for. The people are ultimately the boss. We are of the people, by the people, for the people. So if a certain bureaucrat is against those plans, yes, that bureaucrat needs to step aside. And that's really what the reform is about.
What would you say to people from Europe who've been looking at the U.S. and who've been concerned about U.S. democracy and the way things have been heading in recent years?
Well, this is the best day for them. This is the restoration of American democracy. This is really putting the people back in charge. We've been under a tyranny, and that's been played out over the last 4 years. People in Europe are suffering from it. They suffered from COVID. They suffered from a lot of this green extreme agenda, and now we're going to return to common sense solutions. So I guess I would say be not afraid. That's a phrase we find in a lot of places, namely the Bible. But, you know, in terms of the second Trump, I'd say look forward to peace and prosperity, and it's going to break out throughout the world.
And January the 6th, 2021, that wasn't something that people need to be concerned about when they see it?
Not at all. I think actually they're going to learn the truth about what actually happened and the role of the government and the opposition parties in really fomenting that. And President Trump was speaking about that a little bit right after his swearing in. But, you know, that narrative has crashed and burned. And I think we're going to be able to get back to equal justice under the law. That's really the key thing. We are a republic going on its 250th birthday, and it's so critical that we establish that truism, that equal justice under law.
Now, we understand that President Trump intends to pull the U.S. again out of the Paris Climate Accords. What do you think about that? Is that true? Is that something?
Well, he will do it. Right now, as it's configured, it's extremely unfair to the United States, but it's also counterproductive. You know, when you have China putting 100 coal-fired energy plants online within a year, how is anything we do with reduction of CO2 emissions going to make a dent? It's really a fallacy, and the common sense of Trump, I think, is going to really help the environment in the long run, and will help the people and the economy in the immediate run.
When Trump said today that he was saved by God in his speech, what do you think of that?
I believe it too. We prayed. I mean, that a quarter of an inch really spared the free world. And I think that, he isn't an outwardly religious man or hasn't been in public life. And I think that anytime you survive that real near-death experience is profoundly going to change someone. But in him, I do believe the Almighty has played a role. And, this country is really one country under God. So we have a great, and it's not just a Christian God, we are people of faith, but it has, to be sure, a Judeo-Christian bedrock that built this, and our rights derive from God, not government, and that's what President Trump gets.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me today, and I hope you can get inside from the cold.
Mon plaisir, je vous en prie.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, à plus.
So there you go. These are some of the views that we've been hearing all day from Trump supporters. This is the viewpoint that is now in government in America, and this is what the next 4 years, no doubt, will be about here. And it's just taken beginning in Washington, D.C. today.
Catherine, thank you. Paul Dans, your guest there of Project 2025, which Caravan, I understood there was a denial that actually existed, Project 2025, but now we have it from a man who says he was behind it.
So there wasn't a denial that it existed. Just a little bit of context for our viewers. So this was Paul Dance. He was the director of this Project 2025, which was basically a lot of brains of the conservative movement coming together, a lot of people from the Heritage Foundation also joining forces and writing hundreds and hundreds of pages of sort of a blueprint for what the next 4 years should be in their eyes. A blueprint in some ways very extreme. Some of the discussions, for example, about the policies about family and about how women should be pushed to procreate, giving a little bit of Handmaid's Tale vibes at some point, and a project so extreme that Donald Trump himself during the campaign and the people in his campaign pushed it aside and dissociated themselves from it. And Donald Trump saying repeatedly, I haven't read it. He probably did not read it. But they really actively tried to get away from Project 2025 because it became so toxic, because of some of the more extreme elements that were in that project. And the Dans, who Catherine was speaking to, was one of the architects of that Project 2025. And do you believe or not that the Trump campaign didn't read it or wanted to distance themselves? There are certain elements from there and people who worked on that Project 2025 that are going to be working in the Trump administration. And the most important thing I think that the Project 2025 did is that they created a database of people, of experts that had been vetted, asked about their loyalty to Trump, to the project, all of that is now a database, because we're talking, of course, about the cabinet picks, which are the higher level, but they're going to be bringing a lot of people in all of these departments at lower levels, civil servants. Some of them are going to be replaced by other people. And this is the sort of database that they could go into and pick into to get the people who are going to work for them.
So when they said way back in the first mandate, drain the swamp, in fact, what they've done is created another swamp. That's kind of the message I'm getting from you on that one. And to ask just you, Anne, from what you were saying earlier about the type of people who are going along with this and accepting these kind of things. And this Paul Dans appears to be that kind of person, someone who perhaps, I don't know, seems to be in some way misled.
Well, you can get in a lot of trouble for saying that people who don't agree with you are uneducated, unenlightened, and so forth. So I don't really want to go too deep into that. However, I do think you can argue that the Nazi salute should be in a whole separate category of idiotic things to do, especially if you claim to be close to the president. No, I think you're absolutely right that Project 2025's great, if you like, danger of being enacted quickly. It resides in the fact that not only do they now have a database of people who express their loyalty to Donald Trump, but there's also probably going to be an executive order that enacts something called Schedule F or something like that, which removes seniority from civil service positions, essentially allows civil servants to be fired with very few consequences. Once you clean out That's the swamp he's talking about cleaning out. He's talking about cleaning out the people who got in his way the first time. I mean, when Donald Trump was elected in 2016, there's been a lot of reporting on this. It was a surprise to him as much as to a lot of other people. And he arrived in Washington, didn't really have an agenda, and had a lot of people who were already in place in government who got in his way. Now, part of that was because of deep-seated feelings that they knew what they were doing, and they almost certainly did. There's also a feeling about resistance. This was not a legitimate presidency. This was a happenstance, and we owe it to ourselves to resist. It's different now in a couple of ways. First of all, he is arriving prepared, largely thanks to the people who put together Project 2025. And in this second mandate, the resistance, so to speak, is not to an idea that this is an illegitimate presidency. I think everybody accepts that it is a legitimate presidency. He won the popular vote. There was no fraud in the transaction. And so there's going to be a different feeling about what he is going to be allowed to do, not only by his own people and in the law, but also in the public sphere. But this business of only putting people in place who are above all loyal to him, you see it in the cabinet picks. And you're going to see it all up and down the line if Project 2025 has its way. So that is one way in which Trump 2.0 will be different.
Maxime, there are so many questions. Where would you like to pick up?
I mean, I fully agree with what has been said. I would even go one step further. The issue was that when the administration ended last time, many of the people who worked for Trump for 4 years had difficulties finding places to work afterwards, because especially after January the 6th, many couldn't find jobs. Even cabinet level individuals couldn't find jobs. So what many of them did at the time was create completely new institutions, MAGA Institute and Association of Lawyers and so on and so forth. And for 4 years, they actively prepared the new administration. They had staffing problems in 2017. They had to rely on former opponents within the party to staff the administration. This time, they vetted people and they tried people for years, testing their legitimacy, representing MAGA, their how reliant they could be in the administration, not traitors, as Trump very often said at the time. So now, and Heritage Foundation is slightly different. So they took many people from the previous administration to write, but it used to be an old Reaganian institution, so old conservatives working in the Heritage Foundation. But the very fact that they had been promoting Project 2025 is a proof that even in those places that used to be old Republican type of politicians, now, at least for the moment, Trump won. And the consequence of this is that compared to 2017, Trump has already nominated his full cabinet almost. So we have people ready to work. First sign that things might not happen the way they wanted. They might be voting for one of them today, maybe three at the most, maybe half of the cabinet by the end of the week. But the objective originally was to have the full cabinet working tomorrow morning. So and they have the project, so they have bills to pass, they have executive orders by the dozens at least, ready to be signed, because they also know that, the clock is ticking. They have a lame duck president. You have 2 years before the next elections. You even have Virginia voting and New Jersey voting this fall for their state elections. So very interesting to see how Virginia is going to go, because the Republicans took it during the Biden administration, and that now their majority is up, again this fall. And they also know that they have a razor-thin margin. So the better prepared they are from the first day of the administration, the more pressure they can put on Congress to work. But with only one representative to spare for the moment in the House, 3 Republicans, but knowing that some of them, like in Maine or in Alaska, they're not fully aligned, or they sometimes admitted that they didn't vote for Trump, even if they are Republicans. The senator from Alaska, Murkowski, for instance, said that. So they know they have to start very fast to achieve things, because in 6 months' time, it's possible that they won't have a majority over anything except cutting the taxes in Congress. So they have to go fast. It's going well so far, but it's not going as fast as they hoped they would be, even despite this full preparation for 4 years to take back power.
Kedevan, it's this issue about how Trump does things. He wants to do things quickly. He wants to, in many ways, explode things in some way, disrupt everything, get it all done. But it's important he gets it done quickly because he hasn't got a long time before reality might set in and things might change.
Absolutely. A guest earlier in the day gave him about 9 months,
of as long as that,
a honeymoon. And what you said was very important. I mean, right now, the majority in the House officially is 220 versus 215. That's actually not going to be true for the next maybe 3 months, because Matt Gaetz, we saw the first nominee for a Department of Justice, resigned. And then you have two of them, Representative Mike Waltz, who is going to become the National Security Advisor, and then Elise Stefanik, who is the nominee for U.S. Ambassador to the UN, who is likely going to be confirmed. So they'll be down to 217 versus 215. That means they can afford one loss. And you know what happens when there is a small majority? Certain representatives feel empowered, because if there is a 20-vote majority, if you vote or you don't vote, it doesn't really matter. If you are the kingmaker and you are the guy that will get it passed or not, you can extract things. And we already saw it with Mike Johnson's speakership, the vote. It wasn't a full-on agreement right away. He had to get actually Donald Trump to call the holdouts to say, you need to vote for my guy. You need to vote for Mike Johnson. But it was close. And we saw it with the budget. There were a bunch of Republicans who backed off and said no. And they had to pass the budget with the votes of the Democrats. So it's going to be complicated with Congress, especially because we talk a lot about, in the past, about the big tent of Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. But this election of Donald Trump is also a big tent. You have the tech billionaires, you have the fiscal conservatives, you have the lower working class, middle America. You have very different people. You have the evangelicals, you have the religious right, and all of these people are represented in Congress. And those congressmen, as you said, are going to be running for re-election very, very soon, because in the United States, campaigns last forever. And so they're going to be very soon in sort of re-election mode. And the idea is, if Donald Trump and the Republican Congress don't deliver on what the people elected him for, then there might be a backlash in the midterms in 2026.
Keravan, thank you very much indeed. The production team's calling time on me, so I need to end this section of the programme and thank, before we go, Anne Bagger-Mary, journalist and frequent guest here at France Info. You can come back anytime you wish, Anne. You're always great to have on board. On the other side of our studio, Maxime Chervaux, a geopolitical expert from Université Paris 8. Thank you for your contribution. Keravan Gorjestani is staying. We cannot afford to let her go, so you're still with us. Might give you a short break in a moment.
Maybe
as Keravan goes to sort of take a breather outside, let's take a look at the images so far of the day. Words, sound, no comment.
Well, we've been here since about 5 o'clock this morning. I'm from Middle Tennessee and just wanted to come out, support the president,